Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Well, in Kinyarwanda, we say mwaramutse. Mwaramutse. Can you try and do that? You respond the same way. Could you turn the video off a minute? Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We are very happy to have you here. Join us for this symposium on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Well, in a few minutes, we will be getting started. What I want to do is to request everybody who is in the back, those outside, let us fill the front row. Let no one who comes late fill the front. Those of us who got here on time should fill the front. We'll be starting in, I'm sure, perhaps in the next 10 minutes, because all our speakers are here, all our dignitaries are here. They are all in the holding room waiting for us to set the pace. So we'll be calling them in a few minutes so that we can get started. But until then, I want to thank you so much for making the time to be with us. We are grateful that you found it useful to come and deliberate with us on this subject of what happened in Rwanda in 1994, exactly 30 years ago today. So settle, feel at home. I'm sure there's some water around. Exchange one or two with the person seated next to you. It's going to be a reflective and a learning opportunity for all of us, I believe. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. As I mentioned earlier, we are very delighted to have you join us this morning at this symposium on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. We have just been joined by our dignitaries who will be with us this morning, so that permits me to say we can get started. Today is a historical day for us. As Africa, as Rwanda, and as the world. And we are delighted that among those we have here with us, there are people who have lived the history we are here to deliberate on, who have been part of it, who have seen it happen, and who have a lot to share with us. In our midst, allow me to recognize a few people, just as we get started. And as the poor student that I am, I always forget to introduce myself. My name is Matthew Gwahiji, and I work with the High Commission of Rwanda here in Ghana. And I'll be emceeing a bit of your program today. And I have another beautiful brother here. Or beautiful doesn't match with brother. Oh, it does, 100%. A good brother of mine, Nee, will also be moderating the other session of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst we have the High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda to Ghana, Her Excellency Rosemary Mbabazi, who is the lead host of our event. Make welcome the High Commissioner. We also have in our midst the UN Resident Coordinator, His Excellency Charles Sabani, is also here with us. We want to recognize the presence of His Excellency Aoki Panasa, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Togo to Ghana. I also wish to recognize the presence in our midst of retired Major General Henry Kwame Anyidoho. In the same spirit, I want to recognize the lady who has stood with the retired Major General Henry Kwame Anyidoho. Madam Cynthia Anyidoho, we are very happy to have you in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, also in our midst, we have the rector of GIMPA, who is our co-host of this event, Professor Samuel Bonsu. We are happy to have you, sir. I wish to also recognize a number of members of the diplomatic corps who are here. We have the Embassy of France is represented with us here. And there are so many other people that I would wish to quickly recognize as well. But before I get to them, and the ones that I'm introducing, you'll be seeing them in a few minutes from now. We have a number of people who have joined us from Rwanda. We have speakers who will be speaking to us, who traveled all the way from Kigali to come and be with us here. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Odette Nyiramirimo, a senior public servant who served in Rwanda in various capacities. I also wish to recognize in our midst retired Deputy Inspector General of the Rwanda National Police, Denis Karera. We are very happy to have you, sir. A veteran service man in various capacities as well. I also wish to recognize in our midst Professor Denis Bichesha, a legal expert and a brain that we have here in our midst to share with us quite a lot of detail. You're very welcome, sir. I wish to, in the same spirit, recognize Mr. Ramberi Bariho, who also traveled all the way from Kigali to come and be here with us to share his history. We also have Rwandans who are here who represent the community of Rwandans here in Ghana. We are delighted to have with us the chairperson and the team that has come from the members of our community who are here with us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to recognize a very good friend of Rwanda, good, close friend who has never missed at any opportunity of the events that we have held. Your Excellency, the Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Barbados here in Ghana, we are very, very happy to have you with us. Thank you so much for the friendship, for the love, and for your solidarity with us at all occasions. Now, there is a very big community of the GIMPA faculty that is represented here. And it would not be right, given that they have allowed me to be MC at an event they are co-hosting, not to mention some of the names. So I will quickly run through some of the names for purposes of keeping my job today. First of all, allow me to start with the chairperson of the organizing committee of this event, Professor Lord Mauko Javuga. We are very, very happy to have you, sir, and thank you for the good work that you've done. I wish to also recognize the Secretary of the Institute, Dr. Mrs. Victoria Kumo. We are very happy to have you. I am reading the names here because I don't want to make any mistake with these names. We also want to recognize the presence of the Dean of School of Public Service and Governance. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. We are happy to have Professor Bata Osei Weji, who is the Professor of International Politics. Thank you so much for joining us. Professor Kingsley Agomo, School of Public Service and Governance. We are happy to have you with us. Professor Kwesi Frimpong, School of Public Service and Governance. Thank you for joining us, sir. Dr. Samuel Apia Mafo, we are happy to have you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Another close friend of Rwanda in GIMPA. So, Mrs. Esther Ainye, Deputy Registrar of the School of Public Service and Governance. We are also very happy and delighted to have you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing that so that you know that in our midst, we have several minds that are well learned and well taught. So this symposium lacks nothing in terms of content. And I believe that these gentlemen and ladies who are in our midst will contribute significantly to the information that we are going to share in the next couple of hours. So without taking more time, I wish to get us started. And to do that, allow me, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause to welcome the Rector of the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Professor Samuel Kwesibonsu. Welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to GIMPA, where beauty is second nature and second only to heaven. I'm sure you've experienced a little bit of heaven in the short time that you've been with us this morning, but we are here on a very solemn note. About 30 years ago, the world watched in horror as neighbor turned against neighbor, as hatred and intolerance consumed the nation. We witnessed what has now become the Rwandan genocide. In just over 100 days, nearly 1 million people, innocent men, women, children, lost their lives to senseless violence fueled by ethnic divisions and political manipulation. I visited Rwanda just about a month ago, and I witnessed firsthand the resilience of the people and the remarkable recovery that the country has seen since this terrible event. This progress, though, has not wiped away the memories and fears of many who were victims of the sad event, and I've met some who were real victims, not imaginary ones. We must remember the victims, those whose lives were brutally cut short, whose voices were silenced, and whose dreams were shattered. We must honor their memories by acknowledging the pain and suffering they endured and by ensuring that their stories are never forgotten. So today we gather here at Gimpa Green Hill, close to heaven, to commemorate one of the darkest chapters in the history of humankind. As I indicated earlier, it is a solemn occasion, one that demands our reflection, our empathy, our unwavering commitment to ensuring that such sad event never happens again. Let me first extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of today's commemoration. Many I've met earlier who have dedicated significant time and other resources to make this event a possibility. Thank you very much. Your dedication and commitment to preserving the memory of the Rwandan genocide victims and honoring these victims are truly commendable. And we hope that these events are going to keep those victims in our minds forever and ever. Through these efforts, you have provided us here today with a platform for remembrance, for reflection, for dialogue, and hopefully fostering an understanding and promoting healing in the face of unimaginable tragedy that we experienced about 30 years ago. Je me souviens, I remember, en français, in French. We do remember, I do remember, but I don't think remembrance is enough. We can remember. Remembrance alone is not enough. We must confront the uncomfortable truths that led to the tragedy. The deep-seated prejudice, the systemic inequalities, and the failure of the international community to intervene were all parts of the reasons that the genocide was able to happen the way it did. We must acknowledge our collective responsibility to prevent such atrocities from ever happening again, and to uphold the principles of justice, equity, equality, and human dignity. These are things that are in sharp contrast to what the genocide stands for. We need to fight for justice. We need to fight for equality. I admire the boldness that the people of Rwanda have confronted these naked truths as they forge ahead in pursuit of a much better future for the country and for the continent. Rwanda doing well is a good reflection of the continent's performance in the world as we live today. I know, I blame my mother for that. I should have been 2 feet taller. Thank you, ma'am. My mother was a little woman. I always say she's the most intelligent woman I ever met, but, you know, some disadvantages. Yeah. But as we reflect on the horrors of this event, let us also draw strength from the resilience and courage of the Rwandan people, as I referred to. Remarkable developments since the 1994 event. The change, the dramatic impact that they are having on the world, all of us. We can't imagine the same thing happening to us, those of us who only saw this event from afar. They have lived it, and they are recovering. It takes a lifetime to recover from events like this. But Rwanda is recovering, and we are seeing this recovery in true pictures, in the way things are happening in the country now. Now, despite this unimaginable loss, suffering, the country is doing quite well. They have shown remarkable strength, determination to build the country and to foster reconciliation and healing. I invite all of us, in honor of the victims of the Rwandan genocide, to stand in solidarity with the survivors, support every effort to rebuild their lives and communities. In honoring the memories of the victims of the genocide, let us reaffirm, all of us, reaffirm our commitment to never again allow this to happen in whatever capacity that we find ourselves. Sometimes we think that we are insignificant, but it is that insignificant contributions, when put together, that become the larger effect that we seek. We should never allow this darkness to descend upon our continent and upon our world. Each of us has a role to play, and we should seek to play that role to prevent this from happening again. So let us strive to create a future where tolerance triumphs, where hatred is no longer acceptable, where compassion conquers cruelty, and where the dignity and worth of every human being is upheld and respected. I hope that each of us can make this simple commitment. And I use simple in a very, perhaps in ironic terms. It's not that simple, but we have to make the commitment to preserve the dignity of each individual on this earth. May God help us all in this endeavor. May God help us all. May God help us never to forget the victims of the Rwandan genocide. And let the genocide be a source of strength as we forge a much better future for the country and for the rest of the world. Once again, welcome to GIMPA. May God bless us all, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Samuel. I believe that in what you have shared on this podium this morning renders credence to why we are having this symposium. It renders credence to why it is important for all of us to know the facts, the exact reality of what happened. For unless you understand something, you cannot prevent it. You cannot hold it at bay. So, indeed, this event is commemorative. This event is reflective. But also, this event is educative. We hope that in the end, once we conclude this symposium, that we will all, with our hearts and our minds, because I know majority of the people of Ghana have their hearts with Rwandans, because Ghana was with us, and you will discover more about that. But we also want the minds as well to be aware exactly of what happened. So I believe your statement renders credence to the conversation here today. Thank you so much for such remarkable words of comfort and of encouragement to the Republic of Rwanda and to the people of Rwanda, particularly the survivors of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Now, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Her Excellency Rosemary Mbabazi, the High Commissioner of Rwanda to Ghana, to set the tone for this conversation for us. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm so delighted to be here, and I thank my brother for his speech of encouragement. I wish to recognize His Excellency Chai Sabani, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Excellency High Commissioner of Togo to Ghana, His Excellency Panasa Awoki, my brother, thank you very much for being there always for us, and members of the diplomatic corps, without forgetting my sister from Barbados and brother from France, and all the members of the diplomatic corps present here. It's a pleasure seeing you and coming to stand with us. Professor Samuel Kweku Bonsu, the rector of GIMPA, and other institutions that are present here, but majorly GIMPA, who are the co-host of this symposium. Dear deans, professors, members of the GIMPA faculty, and the student community present, professors and members of faculty of various universities and institutions of higher learning, I see Lancaster present, and others that maybe you have not seen, we will recognize you as we go along. The members of the media fraternity, we are also honored to be with you. You've been so supportive across the journey. Captains of industries present here, the civil society leaders, the professional bodies present here, but most importantly, I want to recognize the retired General, Major General Henry Kwame Anyidoho, our hero. You know, he was recognized. He was given the highest honor of recognition in our land, in Rwanda, by His Excellency President Paul Kagame on 4th of July, 2022. So we are so honored to be with you and your dear wife, Cynthia. Dear compatriots, particularly members of the Rwandan community present here. I can see the chairperson of the Rwandan community present here. You can stand up for recognition. And the Rwandan community members present here. But particularly also, I want to recognize the Rwandan community, the members that have traveled all the way from Rwanda, Dr. Odette Nyiramirimo, Minister Denis Karera, who is also the Honorary Consul of Ghana to Rwanda. He's with us. Professor Denis Bichesha, Lambert, Mr. Lambert Bariho, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would say that because I cannot exhaust the entire list. I wish to start by thanking the leadership of GIMPA. Through you, Professor Samuel Kweku Bonsu, for co-hosting this event, this symposium. Thank you, Professor Lord Mauko Yavuga, and the entire team for the hard work organizing alongside our team that you saw, Matthew, Jackson, Mary, and the rest, Evans, Salomo, and the team from the High Commission. I want to recognize your tireless efforts, and I thank you very much. Finally, we are here gathered and ready to engage, learn, and recommit ourselves to the fight against genocide as we remember and deliberate on the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsi in Rwanda. 30 years is both long and short, depending on one's proximity to a memory. To many Rwandans, especially those who lived through the heinous 100 days of the genocide against Tutsi as targeted victims, or the liberation forces fighting against the genocidal machinery in 1994 remains very fresh, and though it's as if it was yesterday. Our gathering today has several objectives which can be grouped threefold. First, we are here to deliberate on the truth of what happened in Rwanda 30 years ago. Today, to set records straight and empower more people who were not close to the events to have clarity on how they unfolded. Without any ill intentions, there are many people who misrepresent the facts of what happened in Rwanda. This is not the naively forgotten about many others who maliciously and knowingly twist these facts to fit their narrative for the purpose of saving face for their guilt or interest, whichever it may be. For events of April 7th to July 17th in 1994 in Rwanda were confirmed beyond doubt to have been the 1994 genocide against Tutsi people in Rwanda. Naming it otherwise is denial and outrightly criminal. This is one of the often twisted facts, with some so-called scholars sometimes peddling names like calling it the way it is, and others in the newspapers and the media. And I'm so delighted that the members present here will go back with the real message and how we call it. When we call it Rwandan genocide, it supposes double genocide theories, among others. So a genocide becomes a genocide when it is targeting. So when it becomes Rwandan, it is general, and this one is targeting. So this is another lesson I believe we're going to learn from here, the real naming of how we call it. A similar misrepresentation of the facts is the number of victims of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. By the year 2000, the government of Rwanda had recorded over 1,074,017 victims. But some reports show 800,000. We even don't know where they get those numbers, and this is trivialization. Over the last 2 decades, more mass graves have been unearthed as perpetrators of the genocide against the Tutsi and witnesses who have unbundled their guilt and reconciled with their role in the horror that befell Rwanda are providing information on the whereabouts of the remains of many victims. In just last 5 years, remains of over 100,000 victims of the genocide against the Tutsi were exhumed, and these continue to be accorded decent burial, and surviving loved ones where they exist find closure to their grief. Secondly, we have organized this symposium in honor of the victims of the genocide against Tutsi through building our understanding of the dehumanization and dehumanizing death they endured. To have a gathering of intellectuals and opinion leaders such as yourselves deliberating on this history is an act of restoring dignity to those who were killed with a plan to exterminate and wipe them out as though they were never or they never lived. The use of mass grave, the burning of houses, and utter destruction of any signs of life were meant to wipe out any evidence that the victims of the genocide against Tutsi ever lived. This happened in Rwanda. After killing them, put them in mass graves, and remove any sign to show that they ever existed. In deliberating on this history, we defeat the heinous plan in acknowledging that the lives of the victims of the genocide against Tutsi mattered. They are remembered, and they deserve our tribute and dignity. Thirdly, our deliberation today contribute importantly to the fight against genocide and its ideology, and the denial of genocide, particularly of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, and to the fight against hate speech and discrimination. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is through detailed deliberations such as what we have convened to have today that people are equipped with the necessary awareness to stand strong in the fight against evil. Without strong conviction of the truth, no one can resist evil. Therefore, our convergence in this academia Green Hill serves the purpose of mobilizing more agents in the fight against genocide ideology manifested through hate speech and discrimination. The weapon of toxic messages was one of the main forces that tore Rwanda apart. In schools, in churches, and at home, children were taught to hate each other. And in public spaces, the Tutsi in Rwanda for more than 3 decades were treated as unwanted elements of the society. They were called cockroaches, they were called snakes, and other forms of dehumanizing names that continually made them take shape of social evil to be uprooted. Many of you here today know the power of words, either to fan or put out flames in our world. Using Rwanda as a case study, we hope that the lessons we will draw from this symposium will firm our commitment to the fight against genocide with the goal to be agents in the prevention of repeating similar atrocities. In Rwanda 30 years ago, it was intellectuals and young people like many who are gathered here today who played the major role in planning and executing the plan to exterminate the Tutsi. One of the universities will have a memorial where the university lecturers, professors, and teachers killed their students and killed also fellow professors. And for academia, we know you have a big power to change the narrative, to change the story, to influence policies, and also to influence perspectives of the young people. Being here today shows that we still have higher learning institutions and academia that is forward-looking, and that's why we are so grateful to the university and the GIMPA administration for hosting this important event, one of its kind in Ghana. I thank you once again. Can we thank them again? As I wind up, today, hate speeches targeting Congolese Tutsis have led to genocidal killings in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Acts spearheaded by the same genocidal, the people who fled from Rwanda under international protection to regroup and form armed groups. They are still there with the same ideology, and they formed armed groups called FDLR. We hope that our deliberations today will equip more of us to be agents of unity, defenders of truth, and upholders of human dignity. Excellencies, beyond this conference like ours today, we must work to include lessons in our academic programs at all levels to teach what happened in Rwanda. Maybe this would be one of the resolutions we leave here today, when we leave here today. As part of this public education, we would also recommend a lasting monument. We were in Asesh University last Friday, and we did honor our loved ones by remembering them with administration. And the board of directors approved to put up a monument at Asesh University. Perhaps you could do the same here in GIMPA. We are so grateful, and we are happy to know the details. We can work together. It's a monument that we can always remind all the generations that pass here that peace starts with you. And we uproot anything that shows division amongst ourselves, because if we're not treated early enough, they can lead to more disastrous effects. So similar monuments can be spread across the country. We're also in discussion with our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know they are represented here. They were unable to be with us today, but they will be with us tomorrow at the main commemoration. We're looking at having more monuments within the country as to make sure that we keep our lessons. We learn from that continuously so that we don't repeat what happened in Rwanda on the continent or worldwide. As I conclude once again, I kept on concluding. This story, if you talk about it for 30 years, you remember it happened in April until July, 100 days. So we've been having commemoration from April to July. What happened in Rwanda can happen anywhere else if the conditions that allowed it to happen are allowed to prevail. I believe we are so grateful to Ghanaian contingent that stood with us in Rwanda, that was led by retired General Adindoho with the team. We are grateful for the Ghanaian people for your hearts that you stood with us, and our presence here shows that we are together, and your turn up in large numbers shows the same. I really want to thank you once again. Medase.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, High Commissioner of the Republic of Rwanda to Ghana. It is quite often very hard to reflect about what happened at home. And as the High Commissioner mentioned, proximity changes the way you feel about things. Oftentimes, things seem very far, yet they are supposed to be very near. Many of us in Africa may treat some of the events that happened elsewhere as far, but they ought to be very close because we share the same inland, we share the same landmass, we share the same blood on this continent. When there is a bloodshed anywhere on the continent, it's a bloodshed everywhere on the continent. So when we sit here today to deliberate on what happened in 1994, it is because we want to bring these events closer to ourselves here. And being in Ghana, we cannot escape to maintain a close relationship to what happened in Rwanda in 1994 because Ghana was strongly represented there. Ghana stood with Rwanda. So today is a very important day, a historical day to many of us, that here in the land where retired Major General Henry Anyidoho comes from, here in the land that stood with us, we are sitting down with a group of people, intellectuals, friends, brothers and sisters, to think and deliberate and reflect what is there to learn, the burden of memory that we all share. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to, I know it's a commemorative event, but it's also a moment of renewal. If you can read on this banner here, we say we remember, we renew, and we unite. So when we remember, we are also uniting. We are not remembering to break apart. We are not remembering to remember the hatred. We are remembering so that we can unify more, so that we know what was it that caused us to break apart, so that we can be able to deal with that and unify a bit more. So in renewal, I want to recognize a few other institutions that have joined us here. We have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration represented by both the Protocol and Africa Bureau. So welcome. If you could, I think, Nana Kwame, I don't know where you sat yourself. I'm trying to find you. I know the face, but I'm trying to find where you're seated. But welcome. We are very happy to have you join us here. I also wish to recognize a number of other institutions that are here with us. I recognize the Ghana Tourism Federation, GATOF. Thank you so much for joining us here today in your big numbers as well. I want to also take this moment to recognize a very important person as well, a former minister in 1994 who was here in Ghana and was part of the group that discussed why retired Major General Henry Kwame Anyidoho and the team can stay in Rwanda. So I want to ask you, all of you, to join me as we recognize the presence with us of Honorable Minister Al-Haj, who is just seated right behind there. He requested that he sits behind because of the air conditioning, but we recognize your presence, Al-Haj Hudu Yahya, in our midst here today, for being with us 30 years ago, but also being with us here today, so that you can share and in this moment that we are creating to discuss the details of what really happened. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the Lancaster University with us, professor, or the professor is still in works. She's Esquire Agatha and the team from Lancaster. They were just in Rwanda a few months ago to learn this history again, to connect with the country, and that's why we are all here today. Now, I've taken quite a bit of time there, and I want to request you, with a round of applause, to welcome the UN Resident Coordinator, His Excellency Charles Abani. Make welcome His Excellency to share with us his remarks on this historical moment.
Good morning, everybody. I must recognize the unique tactic that our MC is using. By the time he finishes, he will have made 5 speeches. I must learn that one for when I grow up. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of Rwanda to Ghana, also accredited to Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Togo. So as you gather, she has nothing to do all day. Rosemary Mbabazi, our co-host for GIMPA here, the professor who is the rector, ambassadors from Togo, Barbados, France, represented here, friends of Rwanda, Rwandans who are visiting and who bring various experiences with them of the genocide. The retired Major General Anyido, I guess over time we will learn the importance of some of the historic steps that Ghana took in this very difficult period, a time when a lot of political correctness allowed 1 million+ people to die. Some people stood out. Thank you, sir. Friends from the media, distinguished guests, young people, and I call you young people because this experience is, you just hear about it. Many of you will not have that experience or have not had it. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I know there are many distinguished persons here in the room. On behalf of the United Nations more broadly, because this is an international and recognized day, and here also the United Nations in Ghana, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this gathering, and indeed this is one of 3 activities to mark this important 3rd decade of memory. It provides a poignant opportunity to reflect on the events that profoundly impacted countless lives. And I think, Excellency, that number, no matter how precise you get, there will be others that will remain uncounted. With repercussions that resonate across generations, even for those who were as yet unborn when it unfolded 3 decades ago. Today, 30 years after the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, we embrace this profound theme: remember, unite, renew. From April 7th, 1994, and during the next 100 days that followed, we witnessed an unfathomable, unimaginable human tragedy on the continent. Over 1 million Tutsi children, women, and men systematically murdered by their fellow humans, some of whom were actually quite close to them and lived with them in the community. The genocide was targeted against the Tutsi people. And so I think Her Excellency, the Ambassador, has been very clear about that. And really, it is imperative that we pay tribute and memory to those. But we also pay tribute and memory to those who stood up, like the general, in the midst of that, who were not necessarily Tutsi, both from within Rwanda and outside it, who had the instinct to stand up against this injustice, and some of whom lost their lives too. Let us also not forget them. And that enables us to recognize that, while also recognizing the core point made by Her Excellency, that for it to be genocide, it is a targeted activity. That is the definition, and it cannot be retold in any other way or form or shape. We must recognize the remarkable resilience of survivors, and I think, Professor, when you came to do the introductory remarks, you talked about this as well, who, despite enduring profound and irreplaceable loss, have shown incredible strength in rebuilding their nation, fostering their communities, reclaiming their own lives, and enabling another generation to grow beyond them. The Rwanda genocide was yet another shocking revelation of the dark side of humanity. The horrors of that dark chapter of human history serve as a stark reminder of the consequences of hatred, division, and indifference. And although it takes Rwanda to come here to remind us about this, I would ask every Ghanaian, every West African, every African to reflect personally on what this dark history means and why it is important for us. Genocide is a word that evokes horror, sorrow, disbelief. It is a crime against humanity that transcends borders, cultures, and time. There is a genocide convention adopted by the United Nations in 1948, codifying the crime of genocide and symbolizing our collective global commitments to not repeat this again, never again. KWIBUKA is that memory that we must remember, and we must not do that. And yet, despite this, we continue to witness acts of violence, hatred, and discrimination that threaten the very fabric of our society. And it challenges our sensibilities. I was a history student, and one of the first things we are asked to debate in history is that history teaches nothing. And I think this is an important challenge for us. History must teach us something. And as humanity, we must learn something from these shocking events and these activities that took place. As the UN resident coordinator here, I stand before you to commit that we need intentionality, a sense of purpose and intentionality to not forget. Not just because of those who were affected, but unless we do, we will learn nothing. In order for us to take that forward, here are a few points I would like to emphasize. Prevention is key, and therefore vigilance and early warning must be key. And I call on Ghana too, particularly because we are here in an election year, to take that and let it sink into your heads and into your minds that prevention, vigilance, and early warning is at the core. Genocide is never unleashed without warning. We must maintain vigilance and strengthen our early warning systems. When we are aware of our surroundings and remain watchful and alert, we can prevent violence from occurring or intervene effectively when we witness suspicious or harmful behavior. By identifying the signs of hate speech, discrimination, and incitement to violence, we can create an environment that eschews this and is less prone, and intervene before it escalates into mass atrocities like what we saw. And we must create an environment in which we are able to speak out, not one in which voice is smothered with political correctness, and we cannot speak out on this important issue. The MC has talked about education and awareness. Education is our most powerful weapon against ignorance and prejudice. We must educate our young people about the consequences of hatred and intolerance. The year 1994 actually has it's important for young people in this room for two reasons. In that year, in the southernmost tip of the continent, we experienced the end of apartheid. And that generation now, and I venture to say on the presumption that most people who are at 0 have 0 memory, and most people at 5 probably don't have much memory, that for those people, it is 35 years, and that is now adults who are in society who have 0 experience of apartheid. And in that same year, we saw over 1 million people lose their lives in Rwanda. And again, we have a generation of people who, if you count memory, 35 years have passed. They are now adults taking on serious responsibility, elected as MPs, standing today, who have zero experience of that genocide. And so it is important that we actually talk about it, because it is so easy for a generation who have not experienced this to rush headlong in a moment of passion to the same place. And so, particularly for these two countries, it's extremely important, but for the rest of us. I myself am an Igbo Nigerian who also witnessed genocide. I'm 27 really, but in my 60s. And I think a lot of young people are passionate, and so it is important to bring this home to everybody, that we really need to seek understanding in order to be able to move forward. Remembering the Holocaust, remembering the Rwandan genocide, remembering the impacts of apartheid, we must ensure that future generations understand the gravity of these events, the shocking reality of them. Education is a powerful weapon for prevention of such atrocities in the world today. And we must also learn the education that comes from the experience of the transitional justice that emerged from some of those experiences. There is so much to learn, and yet we grapple every day with conflict. In a world that is escalating in terms of conflict, how do we learn those lessons? Particularly some of the brave lessons of the women of Rwanda in overcoming those challenges and becoming the centers around which reconciliation and peace was built. Countering hate speech. Hate speech is a precursor to violence. We must actively counter hate speech in all its forms, whether online and offline, and we now live in an exponential world with artificial intelligence, where even some of this hate speech is invented by artificial intelligence. So it requires us to have a different kind of intelligence to be able to understand and cope with that. By first challenging it when we see it, because if you don't challenge something, it builds. And then promoting dialogue and understanding and respect, we can build bridges instead of walls. And Ghana should learn from this. The Honorable High Commissioner started talking about the naming and the use of names. Snakes, this, that. I'm not Ghanaian. I challenge you Ghanaians, think about your own language, particularly this year. Don't use it, eschew it, challenge it, fight it. There are other ways to resolve difference. Justice and accountability. Impunity perpetuates injustice, which in turn inflames violence. We must hold perpetrators accountable for their actions. This is an important aspect because justice and peace are intertwined. And we are often saying, when we talk more broadly about other things, we say the absence of consequence makes it possible for people to continue with impunity. So there must be consequence for action. Ensuring that justice is served and holding accountable those who are responsible for grave crimes is crucial in preventing the feelings of frustration, bitterness, and the potential desire for revenge among victims, their families, and communities with shared ethnic, religious, racial, or national backgrounds. This not only mitigates the risk of further violence and atrocities, but also fosters healing and reconciliation. Whether through national and international mechanisms, justice must not only prevail, but be seen to prevail. Let us support efforts that bring war criminals from all over the world to trial and ensure that justice is served. Unity and solidarity, that third message. Genocide thrives division, and we live in a world that is increasingly hurtling towards more and more emphasis on division. We must stand united against these issues: racism, discrimination, violence. Let us celebrate our diversity and learn to live in plurality and recognize our shared humanity. What binds us together is more than what divides us. And if that becomes the center of the narrative, then I think we'll move away from what separates us and divides us. Together, we can build a life where everybody is valued and respected. And again, we talk about genocide today, but let us stop and think about the language we use and the perceptions and biases that we hold that mean that that Universal Declaration of Human Rights that we all signed in the aftermath of the Second World War, that it means something, and that every individual, every Ghanaian, because we stand on Ghanaian soil, has a right to their humanity, and that our job must be, first of all, to protect that. And actually, just to make this mention, there are a lot of things that are often used to refer to negative points about Ghanaians and Ghana in the AfriGov reports. And some of you will know I'm talking about other forms of discrimination here. One thing that report did say, 89% of Ghanaians are united and believe that justice for all is important. It's a hidden statistic. Can that statistic rise to the top? That actually, that statement, that I think 90% is such a high number that Ghanaians actually believe in equality and believe that they would not stand by and watch anything happen to another person or injustice to be perpetrated. That's the statistic we should be celebrating, not the statistic that actually promotes division and discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of Rwanda vividly illustrates that peace and justice possesses the power to conquer the dark depths of cruelty and hatred. And that is why we must continue to remember, because it's easy once new infrastructure, and Rwanda is so transformed today that when people go, the first thing you say is, wow, is this the place? And this is why those memorials are particularly poignant and important, because it's easy with the cosmetic review to forget just how quickly we descended into this space. The lessons from this tragedy must remain etched in our collective memory. We are indebted to both the victims and the survivors, compelled now, because of that, to stand together to ensure that such horrors never resurface anywhere on this planet. And wherever we see it, to fight it with our heart's might. I stand before you with a sense of purpose, and again I say intentionality, because I think we must all be intentional. Our collective responsibility is clear: to prevent such atrocities from ever happening again, learning the lessons, committing ourselves to action, and binding ourselves in unity as one humanity. I thank you for listening, and I thank you for giving me the privilege and opportunity.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Charles Sabani, for these remarks. The absence of consequence allows evil to prevail. So thank you so much indeed for such educative message. Well, allow me to again recognize a few other people who have joined us here. The Kofi Annan International Institute for Peacekeeping. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Please make them welcome. The African Capacity Building Foundation. I think we have the director of the institute here with us. Please make them welcome. Core Africa, Thank you so much for joining us. They were with us at the Walk to Remember on Saturday last week, and they're here with us today. Thank you for joining us again. The University of Ghana, we have representation from the School of Business. Thank you so much for joining us. The African Continental Free Trade Area, you're very welcome. The Secretariat is represented. I think I saw Jacinta somewhere. The MTN Group, the Ghana MTN Ghana. I think we have Mr. Norman, and I think a few others here with us. Retired Brigadier General Nana, Dr. Albert Adu, who was also part of the contingent, the Ghanaian contingent that was in Rwanda in 1994. Sir, you can stand up for recognition. He's just right here with us. Ladies in media, a good friend of Rwanda as well. We are happy to have you join us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we want to set the stage again for what we are going to have in the next few hours. We'll have a panel discussion that will go deeper into the subject matter of our symposium today. But before that, we are going to have a video that has put together a bit of the historical aspects that we are discussing here today. So without taking too much time, we will switch into the video. I'll ask you to put your eyes on that screen out there so that we can follow what is playing there, and then we'll continue with our next session. Thank you so much for your attention. Of mixing up. So because of time, in the interest of continuing with the program, I think we can continue, and if we have the opportunity to follow the video after, we'll do that. Now, for the next sessions, or for the next session, which will be a set of presentations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to receive my co-host, the co-MC of the event, an educationist, a lawyer, Esquire. Oh, okay. I think let's Evans, let's just continue with the rest of the conversation. Maybe we'll get back to the video after. Make welcome Esquire Nee to come and take us through the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
Marcos, my brother. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand on all existing protocol to proceed to the second part of this program. Anytime we allow education to die, it means that we want the human existence to die as well. And so we need to keep educating ourselves every now and then. And on this second aspect of the program, we're going to go into 3 perspectives: before the genocide, during the genocide, and post-genocide, so that we see what lessons to take from each of these 3 phases of the Rwandan experience. That's the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. To give us our keynote presentation for this afternoon is a distinguished gentleman who holds an LLB, an LLM from the National University of Rwanda. He holds a PhD in law from the University of Dar es Salaam. He's currently an associate professor of transnational justice at the University of Rwanda School of Law, where he previously served as dean. He also served as a member of the High Council of the Judiciary and High Council of National Public Prosecution Authority of Rwanda. His research interest includes transnational justice, constitutional law, criminal law, and criminal procedure. He also works as a legal consultant for the government and other organizations, including the government of Rwanda, United Nations, and has worked for American Bar Association. He was involved in administration of criminal justice in the aftermath of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, especially during his work at the National Service Gakaka Court as a legal officer and later on as a director. He's currently a member of different government and private organizations, including Rwanda National Technical Occupational Safety and Health Steering Committee, and also sits on the board of directors of the Catholic Lawyers Society International. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, we welcome Professor Dennis Bikasha to give us the keynote address.
Can we lift it maybe a bit there? I'm kind of hiding. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings with the list of mentioning protocols, but with all protocols observed. Academics are not good at that, but I have observed all the protocols here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say something on this great day. I am interested in transitional justice, not by the way it has been mentioned. Transitional justice is the justice that is served in the aftermath of atrocities. Transnational justice can be only crossing nations in any cases of justice or of serving justice. But the one that interests me most is the justice that is served in the aftermath of atrocities. So I wanted to clarify that. And I wanted also to request the technical team to set my presentation because I shared some slides. I have to talk about the genocide against the Tutsi. Is there someone at the technical desk? Yes. Do you have my slides? Huh? Matthew, I wanted us to follow the slides I prepared. The main reason is that I worked for Gacaca courts for about 8 years. The information I can share, if I don't limit it, it can go even to some days. So it's better I put the information in some bullet points that can guide my conversation with you. When we talk about the genocide against the Tutsi, someone put it clear that we have the Society of Rwanda. During the time before the colonialists came to Rwanda, and we have the Society of Rwanda when there was the colonial rule, but we have also the Society of Rwanda after independence. And basically we talk of the first and the second republics. All those situations will be at least mentioned in my slides so that we pick how this genocide against the Tutsi was planned well. So that is I will be telling you to go to the next slide by just mentioning next, and then you understand that you have to go to the next slide. But go back to the previous slide. That one is clear, the second one. Yes, so when we talk about Rwanda, formally talking about Rwanda before the arrival of the colonialists, we see Rwanda as a united Rwanda. We see Rwanda with a structure that is very well established, like any probably other African country. But issues started when the colonial rule came in. And Rwanda has had 2 colonial masters. The first colonial master was the Belgians, the Germans, and then the Belgians. The Belgians came in when the Germans lost the First World War. And you know, it was decided that when the Germans lost the war, all their colonies were removed from them. And then Rwanda was given to Belgium, and this time to be under what was called mandate of the Belgians. And that is in around 1919. You know, the First World War took place, as you can see even in the dates, from July 28 to, July 28, 1914 to November 11, 1918. So in 1919, Rwanda became under the mandate territory of the League of Nations. As you know, League of Nations is the organ that was there prior to the United Nations. And when you look at these two masters, the administration that they had on Rwanda was mostly identified by division of the people, of Rwandans. And we will see that they were working on indirect rule, using the people that they found in Rwanda and then administering indirect rule. But we also see that even after independence, because Rwanda got independence in 1962, July 1st, this division did not stop. I would say it even got intensified by the two republics. The republic that was headed the republic that was headed by Kayibanda that we are going to see, and also the republic that was headed by President Habyarimana. So the division should not be just heard in stories. People have documented how a society that was united, people being referred to as Rwandans, irrespective of socio-economic classes, were divided into three classes. And you can see the measurements that took place by the colonialists, where they had to majorly look at the nose of one person. And if the nose probably was identified as sharp, you could be a Tutsi. And if it was somehow flat, you could be identified as a Hutu. To the extent that you could find people from one family appearing in two ethnic groups, although they are siblings, because they have the fashion of the nose that is different. You can imagine. And then after which they could come up with something they called a book, or something they called like a book where they registered the identities of someone. And if someone had fulfilled the measurements they had established, could either be referred to as a Tutsi, or as a Hutu, or as a Twa. Usually in Rwanda, they have been these socio-economic classes, but they were transferred into something different, ethnic groups. Next. And when these masters left Rwanda to be independent, the people that were politicians, as I would say 1950s, 1959, for example, I have identified one gentleman called Joseph Habyarimana Gitera, who in 1959 came up with Hutu 10 Commandments. That is as 1959. The same Hutu 10 Commandments, which I will take you through quickly, appeared also in Kangura in 1994, when genocide was at the climax. And you'll find that these Hutu 10 Commandments are only intended to make sure that there is a difference that is seen and felt between a Hutu and a Tutsi, to make sure that they dismantle even the relationship that has been there for many years as Rwandans living together. Next. So among the Hutu 10 commandments, that Kangura was one of the newspapers that, in fact, I would say, there is then what we call 10 stages of genocide, and pluralization is one of them. Kangura was one of the instruments that were used together with the LTLM, which was a radio station that was broadcasting hatred 24 hours a day. So one of the commandments, and you also get the analogy, because Rwanda was a Christian community, to get them, to attract their attention, was to be basing on biblical allusions, like Hutu 10 commandments. When you talk of Moses, the commandments of God, then you go to the commandments that have established to be leading all the Hutus in the community, and also convincing that the Hutu are the majority. You find that these were easily perceived and considered by the population. The first was about making sure that the marriage between a Hutu and a Tutsi was going to be dismantled. So you can see that they had to make sure that whoever marries a Tutsi lady, mostly the Tutsi ladies were attracted, were attractive to the Hutu who had money, who were in business and who were in politics, and there were intermarriages. But they thought this had to stop, and it came into as the first Hutu 10 commandment. The second one was that every Hutu should know that also Hutu ladies can be as good as Tutsi ladies, and therefore stopping completely getting married to Tutsi ladies. Next. The third commandment, I have lost the third one, or? No, don't go. Next. Yes, the third one was to make sure that every Hutu is vigilant and will try to bring, the Hutu women to make sure that they convince their husbands that they are as good as the Tutsi women. The fourth is lost. The fourth commandment was about dishonesty in business, to make sure that Hutu who were running businesses with the Tutsi were supposed to stop. They were making sure that every relationship between a Hutu and a Tutsi is cut. And they reached that extent to make sure that every Tutsi is dishonest in the business. So if you have a business with the Tutsi, you need to make sure that you stop it. And you have all that was mentioned, that all the Hutu that have deals with the Tutsi were supposed to stop. And when you go to the second, you find that all strategic positions were, whether you talk of positions like political, administrative, economic, military, we are supposed to be entrusted to the Hutu. So if you are in a certain position as a Tutsi, then you were supposed to be removed. And the sixth is about education. Education, we have testimonies of how it was dealt with. Education sector, whether you are a student or a pupil, a young kid who is at school, the majority was supposed to be for the Hutu. So even if you were very bright, clever, and you came from Tutsi family, you could not be considered at some stage. If they counted probably positions where 10 and you were 11th, you could not be considered. The 7th was the army. So there wasn't opportunity for the Tutsi people to be in the army. And then the other was about not sympathizing with any Tutsi. Mercy was supposed to be removed at any cost whenever there was a Tutsi in trouble. Ninth commandment is about creating a kind of unity, which I could say, and solidarity, but which is negative. Negative solidarity of the Hutu vis-a-vis the Tutsi. And then the last one was referring to the social revolution of 1959, which they call, of course, those politicians of that time as social revolution to remove the king who was in Rwanda and then to install the republics. And that means to move power from the Tutsi, as it was claimed, and have this power in the hands of the Hutu. But this can well be explained when you read the 10 stages of genocide by Gregory Stanton, who's an American that has well written about these stages in Rwanda. Next. So we see what I have been referring to as the First Republic by Grigory. That was the president in 1962 after independence. Next. Then the Second Republic, we see President Habyarimana, who removed President Kayibanda on pretext that the situation was bad and he was going to improve the situation of Rwandans. But he even came as the more ruthless, because much as the discrimination was about ethnic groups, he added even the situation to be worse when he considered to be considered on regional elements. You came from, so he considered only people from his area to be close to him and to be favored in the system. Next. Then we are talking about how we see interventions. When this professor in Uganda is talking about how people that were outside Rwanda were considered, he sees the Rwandans in Uganda suffering in Uganda, and then also planning to make sure that they return forcefully, because President Habyarimana had made it clear that whoever was outside Rwanda could not return, because he even gave an analogy of a glass that was full of water, and if you add more water, it will only pour off. So he never wanted the country to pour off, and refused any entry or any repatriation of the people, of the Rwandans that were outside the country as refugees in different neighboring countries, including Uganda. Next. But we see where we are talking about how the situation was in the First and Second Republics. This writer, Uma, is talking about 1959 and 1994, where very many people were killed. In fact, we consider some people, like in the experience I have had, were saying that in 1959, this was also genocide, because Tutsi were killed, the houses were burnt, the animals like cows were slaughtered to be eaten, and they were banished from the country. Until probably we see that then there is the rejuvenating. People are planning to come back forcefully, and they did that on the 1st of October 1990, as we are going to see. Next. So when there was a group in Uganda and they were refused to come back to their country, they thought of how they could politically organize themselves and then also militarily organize themselves. They did it under RPF that is Rwanda's Patriotic Front, that had also an army wing, military wing, that was called Rwanda's Patriotic Army. And then on October 1st, 1990, they invaded Rwanda to enter their homeland forcefully. That was the main aim, which they did. And when this was happening, the people in Rwanda, the government and the people they organized, they start persecuting all the Tutsi that were in the country on pretext that they were collaborating with the people that had invaded the country. So the Tutsi again are killed, the people are thrown, the Tutsi are thrown in prison, and many other kinds of persecution. And this is why we consider that the genocide against the Tutsi in our Rwandan laws, we consider that it started from October 1st, 1990 to 31st December, 1994. Next. We are talking of change of plan. People who just wanted to come in their country, but again they have this information that genocide has started. They had to immediately change the plan to be rescuing the people that were being killed, the Tutsi. And the current president of Rwanda was the chief of the rebel group that was the military wing of Rwanda's Patriotic Front, where we have him in the picture. And I have mentioned that when the whole world, save for Ghana, as people have mentioned, and as we have retired General Henry present with us, they are the only people that are not mentioned just like speculating what was happening, spectating what was happening in Rwanda. Next. And this is why, as it has been mentioned again, the president of Rwanda himself has decorated the gentleman we have here, General Henry, and his group, at least represented in 2022 on July 4th. And we have emotions about such people, emotions about RPF and RPA, emotions about people like General Henry, where I could say, as I speak, before coming here, people that at least I met were sending regards to people like you, sir, and your team. They salute you on behalf of every person that was rescued. We salute you on behalf of every Rwandan that needs the human race to be in peace. And that is what you demonstrated. Thank you so much. Next. When the genocide was stopped, and like the Hutu 10 commandments, we have a 9, 10-point program, or what I can call RPF ideology, that you can get details, but at least instead of dividing people, we see unity in the RPF, which is the ruling party, even as I speak. And the other parties, of course, build on the ideology, the manifesto that is in place about unity, about sovereignty, about democratic leadership, about economic development, about social welfare of the people, about repatriation of refugees, about relations with other countries. This is why I think it has been quickly done that we open a high commission here in Ghana. And also, RPF, when they invaded, they had this 8-point program, but at a certain stage, understanding that it is important to fight genocide and genocide ideology, then that point number 9 was added, and it's very meaningful to make sure that RPF, as the ruling party and as the guiding whoever is participating in the Rwanda's politics, they are serving to make sure that genocide does not happen again, and genocide ideology is fought wherever it is. You heard also in the speech of Her Excellence, the High Commissioner, there is a message for us to take about what is happening in the DRC. This is why we see Rwanda's contingents in different parts of the world working for peace. Next. But we also see persecutions. In what we have seen as transitional justice, persecutions is very important, is one of the mechanisms that we'll have to consider so that there is a deterrence about what has taken place as atrocities. Rwanda started with the ICTR, International Criminal Justice for Rwanda, that was established on 8th November 1994 and was established in Arusha. I think Rwandans knew that this tribunal was going to be established in Rwanda, but it was established in the United Republic of Tanzania, Arusha. But also after 2 years, Rwanda established a structure to have courts begin hearing cases about genocide that was perpetrated against the Tutsi. But it was a problem because it was very slow. Arusha, the proceedings were very slow. In Rwanda, the capacity was not enough, and then it was necessary to think about what could be done next. And this is why we see Urugwiro coming in. Urugwiro is the office of the president, and inviting people from different calibers to come and discuss what could be done. We have managed to get ICTR, we have managed to get Rwandan courts try genocide cases. We have managed all of these, but there is about 120,000 cases that are pending, and in a period of 5 years, only 6,000 cases are tried. So it becomes a question, among others, justice. Then this is why we see that the National Assembly Bureau, the representatives of political parties, different people from different organizations, including even diplomatic corps, were convening to discuss the situation in Rwanda. Next. And out of the discussions, of course, there were resolutions about unit of Rwandans, what can be done about the unit of Rwandans, all over that you have seen where there is this unity in the Hutu 10 commandments, to make sure that this one is disregarded. Then the government was making sure that at least there is unity that is advocated for. There is democracy, there is justice, there is economy, there is security, and all the matters were handled under those elements of the discussions that were led by the President of the Republic. Next. But we see also that it was important to make sure that all the cases be tried, because there have been a culture of impunity in the country. We see that whenever Tutsi were killed by that time, there was the next day or the next week an amnesty law. I have mentioned some of the amnesty laws that were enacted whenever the international community was commenting people could be put in prison, and then as they are in prison, then there are experts working on an amnesty law, and then it will be enacted the next day, and then they are out on that amnesty next. We see that I have mentioned that much as ICTR was working, the conventional courts were working, but the pace was very slow, and justice delayed is justice denied. So this was a resolution from the conversations, from the meetings that were taking place, chaired by the president, that Rwandans go back to their traditional ways of settling disputes. And this is where we came up with the Gacaca courts. The picture you see is trying to shed some light on how these Gacaca courts were set. You can see people wearing sashes in the colors of the national flag of Rwanda. You can see the grass, which is the etymology of the word Gacaca, because it means grass. You can see people standing and being questions about genocide events, others sitting and others standing. That is how the courtroom of the tradition-based courts was looking like typically. Of course, it doesn't mean that the others were taking place in buildings like this one, wherever it was possible, but traditionally, this is captured to be the courtroom. Next. And there were objectives of these courts to operate, whereby we have disclosing information about genocide, where we have to speed up cases of genocide, where we have to eradicate the culture of impunity, where we have to strengthen unity and reconciliation of Rwandans, and even to prove to the international community, to everyone, that Rwandans can resolve their own problems. Next. We are talking of these courts being legally established with the law of 2000. And we are getting also Gacaca courts well established from the levels that make the administrative entities of the country at the cell sector and even appeal. We are getting people occupying elections, occupying as judges, not as trained lawyers or any other, but basing on the integrity of the person that was elected to occupy offices as the Inyangamugayo, as it was mentioned, or persons of integrity. And this court system was making sure that there is a room to encourage people to confess, to ask for forgiveness, to repent, and then we'll find that their punishments, because their aim was to reconcile people. So if you showed that you were supporting reconciliation, then even the punishment was reduced, to the extent that even a person could not go to prison custody, but maybe get involved in something like a community service, travaux d'intérêt général. Next. Next, I mentioned that. This was the situation, and this is why Gacaca courts were very important. You can imagine a full country that has those numbers of judges, the whole country, of prosecutors, only 12 in the whole country are left, And you can see also the supporting team the whole country, only 137 are left out of 631 that were occupying the judiciary in the country. Next. The activities of Gacaca courts could be categorized into three because the role of every criminal suspect was not the same. Therefore, even putting them in one basket could not be a good idea. So there was category 1 of the planners and the instigators, category 2 of those who killed many people but were not part of planning and instigation. And then we see also a third category, which is only composed of those that had to do something with the property, so property-related crimes. You have either destroyed property of the Tutsi, damaged or even looted property of the Tutsi. Next. These are the achievements that we got from Gacaca courts. When we talk of hearing cases, we have 1,958,634 cases that were tried. You can imagine, these are courts that had over 15 benches sitting at the same time and occupied by 169,442 judges sitting at the same time. And all of this not working for any salary because they were volunteers. Next. To make sure that you understand that the system was even effective, those were the only appeals out of almost 2 million cases that were received. And next, much as we talk of the effectiveness of Gacaca courts, I know talking to academics, there should be questioning were they 100% immaculate without any stain. Well, there is no 100% system of working, but what could have been seen in the Gacaca courts could be not because these are tradition-based. But we see people talk of false accusations. They are writers. And I have started with, by the way, the situation is, even when we are arguing that Rwanda was not supposed to use the Gacaca courts, we usually ask what else could have been done, and no one has a response. And you see when you do, you are deemed, and when you don't even do, you are damned. So, and you only see that when someone has worked, you have to look for something that might have been not very, which is a good thing, but as I have mentioned, there's no perfect justice we can see. But whenever was seen, because there was even an appeal system, it was corrected in the system itself. You can talk of corruption. These are some of the accusations, but also the accusation being lenient in the sentencing. Some people say, how was it possible that in Gacaca courts you become so lenient to the perpetrators that did what they did? The answer is, of course, reconciliation efforts. Otherwise, you could run into something that is recycling around, people killing each other. We are talking of not using trained lawyers. This is tradition-based. There is no essence of bringing a trained lawyer in the tradition-based because that's not the matter. In fact, some professors, like Professor Phil Clark, says if you want to judge Gacaca court system, judge it inside the system, not comparing it with other systems because systems are different. The way you can see common law is not the way I can see civil law. And to Her Excellency here, I also have my critique, and this is coming from me as an academic. Well, I have worked with the Gacaca courts, but the archiving should be done properly as we speak. It's like you have done a good work, but the report is not good. The archiving, I know, is there, it has been digitized, but who is accessing it after after many years? No one can access it even as I speak. So that is academically, I'm crying out that it has to be open to people that need to know. If you ask me, I had the Gachacha Documentation Center. Today, can a Ghanaian look at the center and probably get some information? The information, the whole system cannot be open to public. But in metadata, you can get a system and see what you can leave to the public to access, researchers, and maybe what you can hold if there is a reason to hold. I know there are some rape cases, you cannot expose someone's information like that, but I know also there is information we can share about Gachacha, but it is not yet even up to this time accessed. So the archiving should be properly done and accessible. We are also talking about reparations. Of course, reparations have many aspects. There are those that have been responded to. There are those that are not easy to respond to, but at least about the restitution, something has been done. Next. We are looking at the challenges. The challenges are many. People can talk of why haven't crimes committed by RPF included in the, I know that some people ask that, but we have different ways of treating crimes. And if this is about the genocide against the Tutsi, it has to be differentiated from military crimes, or war crimes, it has to be differentiated from any other crimes against humanity. Genocide can be a crime against humanity, yes, but not all crimes against humanity are genocide. And I know, of course, some cases, about 40 cases were tried, accusing RPF military officers that were involved, and they were sentenced. There are some writers, like Human Rights Watch. In fact, in the book, which probably some of you will access, I have a few copies, I'm talking about Human Rights Watch. And I ask them, if they say not all the cases were tried, how many cases are left? They don't know. They say, you know, it was done in concealment. So if it was done in concealment, who has that to be done? Those that were known, 40 cases, some say 37, but at least those were tried in daylight. And of course, we are interested in knowing that everything has to be done in its course. Next. We are talking of reconciliation efforts. Reconciliation is very well understood in Rwanda when you talk of Kunga, which I have like that diagram to show that at least the society of Rwanda was appearing before as a united, social cohesion. But after the genocide against the Tutsi, we see two blocks. It's like one unity that has been cut or broken, but there is a possibility. We have doctors here like Odette that can say more about the biology, where you have a broken bone, maybe a compound fracture, as opposed to simple fracture that can be mended, and it will have to be one bone again. That is the analogy I have also in the book. Next. We are talking of social cohesion, and we are looking at different examples that have been brought up because of even the Gachacha court system. We have people, for example, that are in the associations that are usually supposed to be coming from different groups, like Abaharanira Mahoro Association that has 73 members, including survivors, perpetrators, rescuers, bystanders, and even their children. Next. That is a picture of some of them. Next. And we have also, as I have mentioned, that the Catholic Church was involved and groomed people like Kayibanda, and even continued during the Second Republic, and even during the genocide against the Tutsi, the church authorities were involved. We see this picture I show you, that the president of the Republic of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, takes initiatives to see that we should support reconciliation even between institutions. As an icon of the country, and also Pope Francis being the icon of the Roman Catholic Church, Paul Kagame as president gets time to visit, and to me this is the sign of reconciliation between the Catholic Church and the government of Rwanda on behalf of all the Rwandans. Next. But there are some challenges to reconciliation. We have had trauma cases, we have had the FDLR, knowing that you are in the deal of reconciliation, and then you hear the people that committed genocide are still having these genocidal ideologies, and many other sorts. We are talking of the socio-economic situation of the survivors of the genocide. The government, of course, in its poverty from the beginning has helped survivors fund and so forth for education, for medication, but there are still issues. We are talking, though, of RP, ICTR, like the early release of the criminals that were in Ghana. All these, I have seen them as somehow retarding reconciliation efforts, but I am happy to say that reconciliation barometer also has shown that reconciliation in Rwanda is over 90%. Next. When we are talking of peace and stability for development, I need to mention that, of course, the Gacaca courts have contributed. The system has contributed in development. Next. And of course, it was foreseen by the President of the Republic. In 2012, and I quote, June 18th, he had that to say. When he was opening the Gacaca court's activities, he said, if we all together support Gacaca courts, we have shown the love we have for our country and Rwandans. Justice that reconciles Rwandans will be a fertile musinja, you remember, Musembro, I think, Musembro, fertile ground for unity and foundation for development. And we have seen that if the country was still in wrangles, in instability, in insecurity, the development we see could not have been reached. Next. And we are looking at also how Gacaca courts operated. I have mentioned that, but understand that with meager resources, you can reach very far. ICTR was using 270 million USD per year, and in a period of 10 years, Gacaca courts used only 33 million US dollars in a period of 10 years of work. So even not reaching a 1 year budget for ICTR, not even a third, not even a fifth, but reaching at 1,958,634 cases tried. Next. These are contributions. When Gacaca courts were operating, we got support, they got support from the Netherlands, from Belgium, from European Union, Austria, UNDP, Switzerland, and even from Norway. And those were the figures. Next. We see the role of Gacaca, of course, in development, and I have cited someone, of course, where we have to ensure economic growth, there has to be reconciliation. Otherwise, people will not be in a position to be in business together, because the history has put that block and so forth. Next. Even the activities of people that committed genocide were also important in development. That is a group of people that committed genocide, but they are contributing in what is termed as community service, travaux d'intérêt général. If you found them working, you could not even remember that they are criminals. But they have constructed roads, they have controlled soil erosion, they have done many activities. I was sitting on the National Committee of Community Service. We were counting in billions per year that was spared for, for the economic development out of these people working on roads and soil erosion. Next. And this is also what has been working in Rwanda that is, of course, leading to development. You can talk of tea plantations and next. When you talk of what has happened, again, you learn from Rwanda that other homegrown solutions have built on the success of Gacaca courts. You will see about Umuganda, for example, which is every month, at the last Saturday of the month, we go to all the parts of the country and we make sure that we clean around and we make roads and we do whatever is in the interest of the community. Next. And that is how it is seen. We attract the attention of even non-Rwandans that come and join in the streets to work on Umuganda. Next. And we do not spare any person, including the President of the Republic as a whole, to make sure that he's also working. And almost every Saturday, if he's in the country, he's somewhere with a community. He changes from one community to another and will be working with them. So the person you see in specs is the President of the Republic, also his Muganda activity. Next. And for all of these you have seen, Kigali has, I believe even other cities have developed in what is seen as cleanliness, but at least Kigali is the cleanest city in Africa. I know Afande namesake, Afande Dennis Karera will believe also that Kigali has ever been the dirtiest city in Africa, especially when the whole city was occupied by corpses. When there were dogs eating people, when there were different smells, no one could easily say, I want to live in Kigali. Today, the story has been reversed. Thanks to the good governance. Next. That is about Umuganda, of course, that has gone. Next. That is other than cleanliness, there is also many other achievements that we can get through Umuganda, including socialization and others. Next. Today, in 2022, I wanted also to share probably my final slides about what has been achieved. And I say combining efforts is something that pays, is a deal that pays. The efforts of having the Rwandans participate, the government, the leadership, even in the Friends of Rwanda's support. We see, for example, education. The education in Rwanda, according to the population, 50 population census that took place in 2022, we see that we have 8.2 million adult individuals, aged 15, sorry for the aged, and that is about 79%, 6.2 can at least read and write. I wish you could know how it was before. We see life expectancy of a Rwandan, which has moved from, I remember the last census was 48 years. Now it has moved to, you see 69.6, almost 70 years as life expectancy, having women at 71.2 years and the men at 67.7. You can see access to water, which is a primary need. In Kigali, it has reached at 97%, while in one of the other parts, like in the western parts, you see 75%. Next. Those are other indicators that can show development. Next. Thank you.
Let's give Prof a round of applause. You know how professors do it, so we should be happy, and I'm sure we all have. No, don't go. We're getting to the interactive sessions, so please don't go. It's getting more interesting. I'm sure for some of us in international diplomacy and writing our long essays and all those things, we'll find topics in the presentation of Prof, and it will be made available to you. So we'll now get into the interactive sessions, and please keep your questions, and let's make sure that by the time we leave in here, all doubts in your minds are settled. Yes, he's a retired Deputy Inspector General of the Rwanda National Police. He was one of the officers who left the army in Uganda in October 1990 to liberate their Rwanda, having been a refugee for 30 years. He is now retired into private business and currently the Vice Chairman of the East African Business Council, as well as the focal point of AFTA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, we invite Mr. Dennis Carrera to the platform. He was born and raised in Rwanda. He studied clinical psychology at the University of Rwanda. Since 2001, he has contributed in various healing and reconciliation initiatives in Rwanda. Currently, he is the co-director of LL Ministries Rwanda, a Christian organization that works in healing and discipleship, and is a member of the Rwanda Leaders Fellowship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we invite Mr. Lambert Bariho to the platform. He is the retired Major General. During the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, a Ghanaian contingent was sent over. Following the United Nations order for peacekeepers to leave Rwanda, he was convinced that until victory is won, he will never leave. So he and his colleagues stayed their ground to ensure that there was a total victory, for which reason we are all celebrating Rwanda today and happy with the successes that the country has achieved so far. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, we invite Major General Henry Kwame Anyidoho. And for those of us who were here earlier on, you heard of his colleague, head of his colleague, Major General Adinkra. Can we give him a round of applause, if he's still around? He was here earlier on. I'm sure if we all turn to our phones and we Google Hotel Rwanda, you would have watched the film. You may have heard about it before. Dr. Odoti was in that hotel, which became the movie premiered in 2004 that we all enjoyed. Anyway, that hotel is not called Hotel Rwanda. It's called Hotel de Millie Collins. She's a medical doctor together with her husband. She was there when the incident happened, when thousands of people died. She's here with us today to share her story. With a round of applause, we invite Dr. Odoti to join. So it is not what we saw in the movie, what we heard, but someone who lived it, who became a survivor of it. And we'll start our discussion with Dr. Odoti. And I'll please ask that our ushers get the microphones around, and so that we'll have our audience coming up with their questions. Yes, Doctor, we'll be happy to hear your story. But I think before then, we'll give our panel the opportunity to give us a brief introduction of how they are related to the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994 till today. We'll start. Prof has spoken, so we'll start from the Inspector General of Police. A brief introduction. And please note your questions either on your phone or on your notepads so that when it's time for you to ask a question, you are precise about what you're talking about.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Carrera, as was mentioned. I am from Rwanda, and interestingly, I represent Ghana in Rwanda. So I'm partly Ghanaian. But my background is I'm formerly a military officer. They talked about RPA in the earlier presentation, the Rwanda Patriotic Army which liberated Rwanda. I was one of that. And I was one of the people who worked along with many colleagues who are not here, and along with General Nyidoho to stop the genocide in Rwanda. I am now retired. So I left the army. I did the war, and after the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, I was tasked, I was invited to an office one day and tasked to start the police the next day. And I started from day one. General Nyidoho supported me with his colleagues, and we started the police at that time. Those of you who have been to Rwanda today, you know where the National Police of Rwanda is today. Your students come over to train with us. Ours come here. So that's my background. I'm now retired in private business, and I've been interacting with most of you, the students from Leicester University, and other people who have come to Rwanda. And I believe I'm doing a good job for Rwanda as well as Ghana over there. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lambert Bariho, and I'm Rwandan, born and raised in Rwanda. When the genocide happened, I was 13 years old, living in Rwanda, and I wasn't in Kigali, which is the main city, but I was in a village, but I wasn't the target of the genocide. And after the genocide, towards the end of the genocide, I became a refugee in Congo, and came back after 2.5 years, but expecting to be killed or to die in Rwanda. I carried a lot of shame and guilt and a lot of suspicion when I came back to Rwanda because I couldn't
understand how I can be treated fairly despite what my people did in committing the genocide. But through various efforts that has been done in Rwanda, and also through my faith as a believer in Jesus Christ, I became healed from that shame and guilt, and that's the year 2001 that you had mentioned. And ever since, I have been involved in various efforts to bring healing and reconciliation to the people of Rwanda, especially to the young people who are the hope of a future Rwanda. So that's how I relate to this story. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope my colleague veterans are here of the UN Assistance Mission for Rwanda. Are you here? Can I see you by you waving your hands? Unless General Dikra was around, but he's not the only one. I know I extended, the High Commission extended invitation to a number of them. So if you are here, you are welcome. Okay, I'm also glad that my wife was able to join me with my daughter in the audience. I thank you all very much for giving me this opportunity, because this is the first time I've actually been to Gimpa. I've always driven past the gate, and my children got educated here, but I've never really entered. And I want to thank you very much. My wife was also here some time ago. Last week, I had an opportunity to be at Asheshi also for the first time in connection with this same 30th anniversary, and saw the wonderful things that the president, Patrick Ewa and others are doing there. And I wish we could get as many Ghanaians doing those type of things. But let me start my involvement this way, or my connection. United Nations deployed a mission to Rwanda in 1994 following Arusha Peace Agreement. That was after the rebel invasion. They were referring then to the RPF as rebels, led by General Kagame. And there was a peace agreement, therefore there was a demilitarized zone between the rebels and the government forces, and the Ghanaian battalion in particular was deployed in that zone. So we got there for a peaceful settlement to go over an agreement, but that wasn't the case. The situation changed. And you have all read, you have known of the genocide in Rwanda, so we don't even have the time to go into that. But 2022, we were invited to Rwanda for us to be recognized by the Rwandese government and the people. And I want to quote from what General Kagame said, among other things. The Ghanaian battalion saved countless lives. Where others fled or were withdrawn by their governments, these officers did not. They stayed and did what was right to do. There is no soldier involved who does not carry invisible wounds in his heart to this day. Genocide produces no heroes. Simply doing one's duty required exceptional courage, like these generals did. Most failed the test, but these generals did not. I thank God Almighty for giving us the courage to be able to make our humble contributions to what happened in Rwanda. And I want to say that we did not do that, General Dikra and I didn't do that all by ourselves. It was a teamwork. Everybody who was there, we all contributed. But before I continue, I see an old daily graphic publication in 1961 in March, and it says, "Our troops aid Congo prisoners." The first time our people, our predecessors, entered into this kind of peacekeeping duties, 1961. I hadn't left school then, but this was one of the things actually that made me join the army. I want to confess that to you. Okay. But we wish the genocide had not taken place, but it did happen before our eyes. But after it all happened, what have the Rwandese been able to do for themselves? You have listened to the professor's presentation, and 2 years ago, when I was there, I saw to my own eyes what people can do for themselves if they are determined to overcome their difficulties. They've spoken about hate speech. We should avoid it. Diplomacy could have helped us in Rwanda a lot. But all the diplomats in Rwanda fled. They all left us alone. Not only that, they also carried their pets along. When the Rwandese were crying that if you leave us, they are going to kill us. They are going to kill us. No, they still left them. What lesson can we learn from that as Ghanaians or Africans? Is somebody coming to do that for us? I don't think so. The UN on its own, which deployed us, instead of increasing the force, the UN did not. It reduced the force. Against all logics, when the situation deteriorated, the force strength should have been increased. Instead, they chose to decrease it. We had nobody coming from African Union headquarters. Then it was OAU to our aid at all. We were left there by ourselves. But after all these things happened, what have the Rwandese been able to do for themselves? With a visionary leadership. You saw it all. When we were here there last year, I was surprised. Somebody mentioned it was one time a very dirty city, deserted, no human beings, but dead bodies littered all over the places. Offices looted to the floor. But you go back today and see what they've been able to do for themselves. Politics versus national interest. So when we are practicing the politics, we should know what we are talking about. Is it about the interest of our people, of the nation that we govern? Justice, they've told you about it. Poverty reduction. I was told by my escorts when we were in Rwanda 2 years ago that not a single building in Rwanda, in the whole country, that there is not one that does not have roofing sheets. No thatch roofs anymore, anywhere in the whole of Rwanda. Discipline in the society is what has actually made that city very clean. Not only the city. Travel along to the rural areas in Rwanda, you see that the place is actually clean. And it's a sign of discipline. Training institutions, like the only one I went to here in our Ghana Military Academy, which is an old institution. The Rwandese now, their military academy offers courses in College of Engineering and Medicine. We don't have that one yet. Rwandese are flying their aircrafts here every week. Where is Ghana Airways? Where is our Black Star Line? And Rwandese have established very many institutions. Soon after the genocide, Mr. Labi Xiao, if somebody remembers that name, was invited to Rwanda to help to actually establish the tax system for Rwanda. Labi Xiao from Ghana. I met him there. I hope our tax system today is still as good as it used to be. A national crusade that they have here, this KWIBUKA, it's a good thing. I saw even school children in Rwanda at the War Memorial. All classes of people mixed up together. They started educating them right from their childhood. Outlook internationally. We have High Commissioner here from Rwanda today. They have established many institutions. In fact, for the military, they've got integrated in so many ways, from the staff college level all the way down. And I'm sure they've done that in other fields. Rwanda has been involved in peacekeeping since the incident happened in 1994. I met them in the field because I served the army, the UN, even after I left the army here. I met them in Darfur. They went to Mozambique. I'm sure they are still there. Cabo Delgado or so district, to help them for security, because they know what lack of security means. Now, I know that they do have difficult relationship with some of their neighboring countries, especially the DRC. I want to tell you that what is happening in the DRC, the eastern part, started with the genocide in Rwanda. I led a team to Goma for us to try and deploy troops there to take the weapons from those people who committed the genocide. The UN couldn't authorize us to do that. That group went into the field, into the forest with the weapons. That's the beginning of the problem in the eastern part of the DRC. See, if one speaker said 35 years ago, the majority of the people here perhaps were not there. So you will be hearing of this genocide as if though it's like watching a film. You don't know what went into the film production. So you are just enjoying it. No, the genocide was real. It was real before our eyes. And when General Kagame said, do you have invisible wounds? I, as a commander, have invisible wounds in my heart. Because on my orders, soldiers died. We were there, we could not help as much as we could because we didn't get the help. It was a mission established following a peace agreement. So it was meant to be a very smooth one. It turned out to be something else and needed courage. So if you gave orders and the last couple died and his wife was back here in Ghana for a baby in the tummy, if you returned, could you look into his face, into her face? He died on my orders. Then your conscience will have to be asking you again and again, did you do the right thing? The answer kept on coming to me, yes, what we did was right. Because it was a professional challenge. It was a professional calling. We couldn't run away. There was no alternative to turn our backs on our fellow Africans, on human beings. But let me say this. We should avoid hate speeches. We should know in Africa, if you are going to prevent genocide, hate speech, people just talking loosely. We elect people to go to parliament to serve us. They should serve us the right way. Are we not crying every day in Ghana here about Galamsey? Can we not stop it? So that those people will not be dying in poverty, they will not be having deformed babies. Is this something impossible to do? When you treat the people differently, you are sowing the seed of discord. You are creating fertile grounds for a genocide. That was what was done, the professor told you. They created fertile grounds for genocide. It was not a thing that just happened. It was planned. We should do things that will avoid genocide occurring anywhere in the world. This continent of Africa, people are not going to help us unless we help ourselves. Let's find out why young graduates living in the universities cannot get jobs to do. Why are training nurses in Africa going to Europe? Why don't they work here? Why can't teachers be employed immediately they leave school, as it used to be? So, see, these things all go to good governance. If there had been good governance in Rwanda, what happened would not have happened. Poor governance will create fertile ground for genocide. In a symposium like this, we cannot tell you all our stories. But this is the little that I want to tell you. God was on our side. We stood by the flag of Ghana, the flag of the UN, the flag of the AU, and did what we could, our little contribution to the situation of other human beings. I thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon. As they told you, I'm Dr. Odette Nyiramirimo. I'm a genocide survivor. The professor on my right explained about how all this started. And it started when I was only 3 years old, in 1959. I was there. And I saw my house, the house of my parents, burnt. All the Tutsi houses burning. I saw our cows being slaughtered and eaten. And my parents could not do anything. We were living like animals in the bush because we didn't have anywhere to live, and we were being chased from one hill to the other. So that's the way I started my young age, and I started primary school. In primary school, we would be discriminated because in the country at that time, they would be counting the people and pretend that Tutsi are 10%, Hutu 89%, and then the Twa 1%. And these numbers were just put there, but they were not true numbers. And in 59, as he told you, that's when all the Tutsis who were, I could say, in the leadership of the country had fled the country, and the few who remained among them, us, we were like not living in our own country, but being called snakes and cockroaches and everywhere. Now, I go very fast to go to the genocide itself. As he told you, the genocide is now like said to be from the 1st October 1990 to 31st December 1994. But it started that year of 59. But because it was not recognized by UN, by any other international entity, we just say genocide of the Tutsi in 1994. When all started, it was after that preparation of more than 30 years. They had prepared it because it was taught in classes. It was even in office. When a Tutsi was in office, like in 1973, we will all be expelled from classes, from schools. All the Tutsis were pushed out of schools. And there were groups of young people who would come to to the school where I was in Nyamasheke in the south of the country. I come from the north, and they will say, you, all the Tutsis, you go out. I remember a neighbor of mine who was a Hutu, he will stand on my side and say, there is no Tutsi in our region. But the nun who was the headmistress of the school, she was a Belgian. She will come, no, 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 she's a Tutsi. She can go. Even the religious people, they were collaborating. So, yeah, that was to emphasize on how the genocide was well prepared and taught to people, to everybody. At the end, even the highest, the bishop, I could say the head of the Catholic Church in Rwanda would say, like officially, you know, even God has abandoned the Tutsi. So no one could help the Tutsi. But to come very quickly to how he introduced me, that I was saved in the Milcolin Hotel. That's where I survived. And to arrive there, it has been a very difficult and long road for us, for my family and myself. I mean my husband and my children, because we all survived. I have 3 children, and my husband, we all survived. And there was also another child in our home that was growing up in our own home. So we all survived, the 6 of us. But I come from a family of 18 children. My father had 2 wives. Polygamy was the practice many years back. Now we banned it in Rwanda. But my father was polygamous, and we were 18 children. As you see me here, I'm the only one left. Yeah. But my husband and children survived, and I have some nephews that I raised from my brothers and sisters. So how did we arrive in Milcolin? We were helped by our friend, a very close friend called Rusesina. And at that time, he kept calling our home because we arrived, the genocide started the 7th of April. We arrived in Milcolin the 27th and 28th, because me and the youngest child, we arrived the 27th. Before that, it is something that I can't have time to all say, but on 11th, we had tried to flee and go to southern region, but we couldn't cross the swamp of the biggest river, which is called Nyabarongo. And one of my sisters, who was a member of parliament at that time, she was the only Tutsi member of parliament, and she has been killed. And we continued. So it was a very long day, and we managed to come back to our house, and we wouldn't put any light, and we were said to be killed, to have been killed the 11th. So that's why all the other days that followed, we couldn't even take the phone when it was ringing. But one day I was like, when I tried to call my sisters who lived in north or in south, we were all over the country, we were many. And I called, and I heard that one has been killed today, and the other one yesterday. And so at the end, I was tired of even leaving. That when our telephone was ringing, I held it, and it was Paul Rusesabagina, the manager of the Hotel Milcolin. Actually, he was a manager of another small hotel, but he also fled to go to Milcolin. He was a refugee there, but because his colleagues who were managing that hotel had left. He took over, and he was then the manager during that time of genocide. So when he called and he talked to us, I told him we were still alive, and he managed to find military people to come and take us to Milcolin, very difficultly also, because it took us like 3 days to be able to find a way to arrive in Milcolin, just the opposite hill. It is not far. Don't think it was, I could say you can walk there like 15 minutes from our home to the hotel, but it took us 3 days. It was almost impossible. So in Milcolin, we lived with Rusesabagina in his room, and his whole family were 27 in that room. But the second week, we found a way to have another room, so we organized ourselves in the hotel. So we stayed in that hotel. Now, why is Hotel Rwanda and Hotel Milcolin known for genocide? The UNAMIL, these people, they were there also. And people confound what they've seen in the film Hotel Rwanda to be the reality. And the man who saved me and my husband and my children, because he helped finding a soldier or some soldiers to come and pick us from our home, was the manager. Now it has been proclaimed all over the world. He was the one who saved all the Tutsis in Milcolin. And the reason the film exists is this book. I brought it so that I can show it to you. It is, we wish to inform you that tomorrow we'll be killed with our families. It is a book written by a New Yorker journalist called Philip Gurevich. After 1994, he came to Rwanda, as many journalists would come, and he wanted to know what happened. And at that time, I was also a doctor for the Americans who lived in Rwanda, because I worked as a Peace Corps medical officer. I don't know if Peace Corps exists here, but there was that Peace Corps in Rwanda, and I was the doctor for them. And I had also an office in the American embassy where I was practicing and treating the Americans who were in Rwanda. And the journalists, when he arrived, he's American, they all told him, go ask Odette. She will tell you how she survived. So I told him the whole story, which is in this book. It starts in chapter 5. And I told him and praised Rusesabagina. And another one or two will talk also of Rusesabagina. So he wrote this book. Now it is read some years later by a filmmaker, Terry George, who is in America, who is a filmmaker. And then he decided he should do a film on this book. Even this book, it tells many stories from Rwanda, but it is written in a way of a novel. So everything that is in the book is not exactly, because he didn't take any record. He was just listening the stories, and he went to his country and wrote about what he told him. He was just taking some notes. So when the film was out, we liked the film because Terry George, who did it, would explain, we did this for 4 reasons: to show on the genocide that happened in Rwanda, where all the Tutsis were targeted. Second thing is that the international community, including UN, including all the countries that were in Rwanda, abandoned the Tutsi and let them be killed. A third thing is that there are some Hutu who did whatever they could to save lives of Tutsis, among them Rusesabagina, who helped us. And the fourth thing was that the RPF army stopped the genocide, because it shows at the end, it shows that we arrived at the, like I could say, in the hands of the RPA soldiers. Now, to say that film was the reality, it is another history, a funny thing, because many Americans, they watched the film, they thought it was the reality. I even went to US because I was invited by Terry George. They came, we all participated. Those who were in Milcolin, we participated in the realization of the film. We even went to South Africa where it was shot. And I was invited, like Rusesabagina went there many times. He was the main character. But I'm also portrayed in the film. And my husband is, and my children, and many people who were in the Milcolin. I remember when I went to America, and the film was shown, and then Terry George showed me, this is Odette, who is the medical doctor taking care of the children, holding some on her back and washing others and feeding others. And people came to hug me and wanted me to sign, "You have been a hero." I said, no, this didn't happen. I've never done all this. This was something that was done maybe in some other places, like at the Red Cross Hospital, where there was a doctor doing that. But all this was just played in the film, but it was not me. So, but that Rusesabagina now has become a hero, has created even some rebel groups, FLN, some which come attack Rwanda, and Rwanda can't say anything against him because he is a hero who saved the Tutsis. So that was to explain a bit about that film. When you have questions, you shall ask. But I'm here, I survived, and I live in a country where we all fight to be in a country where everybody has the place to be, and where everyone is happy of being a Rwandan. We don't talk of Hutu and Tutsi. We are now talking of it because we are remembering, but in Rwanda, we are all Rwandans. Ndi umunyarwanda. Murakoze.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've heard so much from Prof, so we'll come to the audience, and then if you have any questions, you ask your questions quickly. And like I said, we do it before and during genocide, and then the post-genocide. How you see Rwanda today, the things you hear about Rwanda today. So we're coming to you. Please, if you have a question, you raise up your hand, the microphone will come to you, and then you ask your question.
I'm Brigadier General Edu retired. And I'm now an academician. I'm a doctor also. To be frank, 30 years ago, I was in Rwanda as part of the Ghanaian contingent. But fortunately, I was an observer, military observer. I was not with the formed troops. And the story that is being told is actually real because I was there. And I think I know Rwanda and I can still speak a bit of Rwanda. BT, Nibzuyachane. My question is, I was deployed in so many places, Kibeho, Chibongo, Butari, Jikongoro, Changugu. I actually went around, Musabeya and everything. I know much. And what actually baffled me was at Kibeho, which was the biggest refugee camp. And they all were living together as Rwandese. But at times, in the night, they will come for a group. You don't know where they are going. Military observers, you are not armed. So if you confront them, they had a knife, a dual knife. You can cut here and cut there, you know. And it's not all that you can say here, but you saw people being slaughtered. They cut you out like a plantain, just your head off, and the body is somewhere else. All these things happened. But my question is the trauma, the families that went through, what's the Rwandese government doing? Because still the history is there. So what is the Rwandese government doing to actually calm down such things? Because as the story is being told, some may forget, but others too may keep it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. General Anyudoho, you inspire us so much. And once again, just want to thank you for inspiration and what you did with your men. 1994, I was in school, and I was following the genocide with my father, who was very interested as report was coming through BBC. So every time he'd be telling me what's going on, and I'll just be following. 2022, I had the opportunity to visit Rwanda by the kind courtesy of the Rwanda High Commission. There was a delegation of private sector from the tourism industry, and we were taken to some of the Genocide Museum. I have gone back on 2 or 3 occasions after that. But I've been meaning to ask this question, and I believe this symposium offers the opportunity to ask this question. I want to know from the national culture whether the genocide that occurred in 1994 has been the reason why Rwandese by nature have become very reserved people, or they've always been reserved way before genocide proceeded. Because I've had a few questions, I made some friends and I asked them, but you notice that I don't know the extent of the healing and how much healing has taken place, but it feels to me that, again, there's a reminiscence of what has happened, and because of that, opening up to visitors, unless they become very used to you, then they can open up, or like in Ghana, you arrive at the airport, you think the person knows you for 35 years. And we are getting along. So that is the first question in terms of national culture, whether what has happened is a result of the genocide, and that's why they're not opening up. Number 2, Madam, I'm very touched by your story, because Hotel Rwanda, as you watch it as a movie, is nowhere close to what happened. Now, you've lost about 17 members of your family, your siblings. How much has this affected you? Because we are talking about reconciliation, you want to forget and move on, but are you able to move on personally? Because I cannot fathom how much you have gone through, what you have seen, and especially with a count of your siblings. And you sit here and you speak to us as if nothing has happened, but daily, 24/7 of your life, how are you? And my last question. General, again, your advice to young people today, a lot of university students around here. General, I'll not miss words. If you listen to radio and TV and social media, the way they talk loose, carefree, anybody gets up, the person talks, the person can insult the president, insult the vice, insult the cabinet minister, insult, men of God. The level of indiscipline, intolerance, the level at which young people today, using different media platforms, can just go free tangent and insult. How dangerous is this for our upcoming generation, and what would you advise to be done? Because much as I'm saying these young people are insulting, you also often are not also see politicians also directly also joining this kind of thing. How dangerous it is as we are trying to prevent genocide. And you already said that genocide does not start overnight, but these are the blocks that can get us there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a couple more questions before we come back to the panel. The ladies.
So, as the Major General said,
please kindly identify yourself so we know where you
Major
come
General
from.
Anidoho's only daughter.
Okay.
So, as he introduced me, I have to say it back. So, I'm here with my cousin Irene and my son Yao. And we thought that once we heard about it, we had to come. We don't get to tell him enough, but I think as a family, we are very proud of him. And I got the link, so my brothers are watching online as well. We just want to say thank you to him and thank you to God for how he took him through. My mother is here. We were in Rwanda in 2022, and we had the real presidential treatment from the people of Rwanda. We're treated like royalty right from the airport and through our stay there. We really appreciated it. When Papa came and said he's going to Rwanda, we all didn't know where Rwanda was in 1994. We had to take an African map and find out where Rwanda was and to even understand. And there was no social media, internet wasn't there. We had to wait for letters to come, praying that he'll survive. And we thank God that he survived and he brought you back safely. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Yawapi Amafo. I lecture in international peacekeeping. I'm here. In fact, this exposition has been quite wonderful. It looks as if I do see distortion. Thank you, Professor. Because when you read what is in the literature, it tells you that the Tutsis are 15 to 16% of the Rwandan population who have the trial, which is 1%, and then the Hutus are 80%. And so clearly, when you look at that kind of presentation, is quite, and you really, most of the things that you really taught us today or exposed us to were quite interesting in the sense that if you look at it, things seems to be quite different. The direct opposite of what is out there in the literature is what you presented. And seriously, it's rather affecting the Tutsis rather than the Hutus. Anyway, let me get to my question. I think the first question that I want to pose is General Aindowu. I know that the one who was actually in charge overall was, I think, General Romeo Dallaire. That's right. And now he has set up a consultancy in Canada currently. My question is, you didn't leave with your 300 Ghanaian officers that were in Rwanda. But he left. I don't know if you can speak to that. Why he had the audacity or seeing that pain and left. Now, my second question is, there are so many noise there. My second question is, yes, indeed, we're talking about post-conflict reconstruction. And we know the two dominant, ethnic groups are the Hutus as well as the Tutsis. Right now, this is education. I don't know. I only heard the lady amongst you saying that, yes, a lady who was the Rwandan, I've not watched the movie actually. But what I'm thinking is that I don't see any Hutu here. If I'm just, please permit me make that point. Because if we're talking about post-conflict reconstruction, you need, can we be quiet, please? It's essential if you want to talk about just war theory. There is something we call yours ad bellum, yours in bello, and yours post bellum. The yours post bellum deals with this aspect that needs to be looked at. And so I'm asking the question to target that, so that I may be able to hear from almost all of you, anybody at all can answer, as to how a reconciliation, a total reconciliation can be, achieved. Without that, it's a little bit, inward. People can, pent-up issues can unearth itself or can, unveil itself. So that is the reason why I posed that question. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. We'll wait. We'll come back to the high table before we return to you for the next round of questions. We've all enjoyed the presentation by Major General Anyidoho. I think that it will be fair and proper to give Mr. Daniel Carrera, who was then the Deputy Inspector General of Police, to give us the aspect of what the Rwandan government did at the time in order to stop the genocide.
Thank you, moderator. Let me start by saying I saw a few people going out, and I would advise that as academicians, text your friends to come back, because what I'm going to say, you probably have never heard, and you will need. I know for a fact, because I was a refugee, I was born as a refugee, and I became a liberator, and I stopped the genocide, and I took part in reconstruction, and reconciliation until I became the Deputy Inspector General of Police, and I am here today as a retired businessman and the focal point of the African Free Continental Trade Area in the region, for East Africa. So I have it all. So for those who went out, please ask them to come back, if they are still nearby. Let me share this, ladies and gentlemen, with you. It's one thing to see us seated here, dressed well and looking good, and it's another to come from what you saw in the presentations Professor showed up there. Let me tell you the dangers of being born as a refugee. I think Professor told you that these massacres actually started in 1959. So they did not start in 1994. 94 was the climax. Excuse me, I have a bit of a cold. So what happened in Rwanda, of course, Professor showed it. There were these conflicts between Hutu Tutsi, and in 1959, my parents leave Rwanda. When they leave Rwanda, I am born as a refugee. So I had no country. That's what it means to be stateless. I had no country from birth until I'm age 30. You can imagine what that means. Those of you who live home, you will never know what this means. To be stateless for a good 30 years. In 30 years, what happens to you? You have to change name. Because when you pass examinations in class, you may not be promoted because you are a foreigner in Uganda where we are. When you do well, you are not looked at good. Even when you score a goal as a good footballer, the goal is looked at different as that one scored by a national. That is what I suffered. There was another trauma because I actually did not know that I'm not Ugandan because I was born there. But my parents would tell me, we ran away from Rwanda. But at school, in primary school, from primary 1, colleagues in class would say, you guys came on a wire. It never dawned on me what it exactly meant because it was tormenting us in class. So I would tell my colleagues during break that, what do they mean we came on a wire? Because to me, a cable, the telephone cables that run between countries were so small that they could not carry a person. So in my mind, I was like, so how did we come on that wire? I kept with these questions, but you even fear to ask them openly because your friend in school will say, listen to him. But I learned as I grew, possibly when I was about 10, when we're about in P3, 4, that's when I got to understand what they actually meant. So telling us that we are cable people, that was the naming of us. We are cable people, it meant we followed the telephone cables as they ran from one country to another. And that's how we ended up in their country. That's when it dawned on me, oh, so that's what I mean we came by the cable. I actually thought, for me, we had climbed on the cable, but it wasn't adding up in my head. So I went through that. In primary 7, so that I go to secondary school, I had to change my name. My name is Karera, the Rwandan name that my parents gave me, but at that time, I had to change name to acquire a Ugandan name because I wanted a good school, and I knew I wouldn't get to a good school because selection will look at names, and the Ugandans will go first, Rwandese refugees last, or maybe miss the opportunity. That was me growing up. So I finished secondary school. I'm still a refugee. The cable thing, by the way, runs through your primary school, through your adulthood, so it was always a story. And that is just me. Imagine all of you, the good things you're doing in society, the contributions you're making, doesn't make sense. So, fast forward. We are now grown-ups. In 1982, I was only 22, where we are refugees in Uganda, the government in Uganda at the time decides that all of you are going back home. You must go back and leave this country because you're not participating fully in our politics. We did not understand the politics of the time. We were not nationals free to participate, but they tell us you are not supporting one party against the other, so we suggest that you go. And our questions were, we go where? They said, you go to Rwanda. Now, people like me did not even know the direction of Rwanda at the time. I don't know anybody other than hearing Rwanda on the radio. So where do we go? But anyway, we had less than 8 hours to leave our homes where we have lived to be in Rwanda. 8 hours. And neighbors and schoolmates and everybody crowded on our homes one morning, and they're telling us, leave now, pack what you can, leave what you cannot, and head to Rwanda. That's the situation we found ourselves in. So some people walked towards Rwanda. Others, like me and my family and many others who are not able, they said, we shall herd you into a refugee camp. From a home that I knew, food that I know every day, I know there is breakfast, lunch, and supper. All of a sudden, I find myself in a refugee camp where I cannot find food at least once in 2 days. There's only once food. I could not, it was horrid. What do you do in that circumstance? At the time there was an opportunity, I'll tell you that the two parties in Uganda that were fighting each other, one party was fighting the other, had failed to agree, and one party had gone to the bush, led by the current president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni. So he had gone to the bush with his rebels. Now those of us who had the ability, we said as option of the last choice, as option of the last resort, you join this man. Because after all, you stay here, you're going to die. You go to the bush in his army, you possibly will die there. But at least you say, let me go and die doing something than sitting as a refugee and die of hunger. So that's how some of us, ladies and gentlemen, ended up becoming soldiers in Uganda. So I became an honorary officer in Uganda. Fought there with many of my colleagues, including my current president and many of us. We were close to about 5,000. We fought the Ugandan war, which was a good 5 years. We lost so many. Many of these Rwandese colleagues died. We suffered. When they tell you fighting, the other day I was discussing with the students from Western University here. When they tell you fighting to remove a regime, they thought it was like a film and they were asking you, how do you exactly do it? I will tell you how to do it. Maybe today may not be enough. You may have to look for me another day to tell you how to fight to remove a government. It's not business. It's not easy. You suffer. You go hungry. Your colleagues die. You get wounded. You go through all this. So that is what I went through together with many colleagues. It's just one voice here, but I'm representing many of my colleagues. We went through that. So that's, people want to know, how did you guys become soldiers? It was out of a kind of eviction from normal life in Uganda. That's most of us, as a choice of last resort, went in the Ugandan army. 5 years in that fighting, we had learned how to fight. We had acquired knowledge of fighting. We were proper soldiers. I was an officer by the time I left Uganda. I was a lieutenant in the army. So many of us had become clean in our heads that we actually can do our own mission home. At that time, Professor, I think, did mention, or he did not, a lot had gone on to bring back Rwanda. United Nations had tried and failed. Like he said, the leadership in Rwanda said, the glass of water is already full. So where do the rest go? But ask yourselves today, where are we? We are all there. What happened? Did the glass expand? So it was only in the minds of the leadership at the time that stupidity can make your head look full or your glass full when actually the glass is empty. So it's always all about leadership. And you students of leadership, we may need another time again. I'm happy to come back to discuss. But it was more about leadership and exclusion, deliberate exclusion. Like these Rwandese, you stay where you are. And they worked with members of the international community. I told you students, you remember, many agencies in Europe, in Belgium here, they created organizations, NGOs, to come to us in Uganda, convince us, pay for our school fees, so that we actually stay there. So every time you see NGOs running around your country, don't simply clap. Some are not for good intention. Now, that is how we ended up there, and that is how we ended up. So in October 1990, on the 1st of October 1990, many of us were, under our leadership, we said, no way. We cannot live as refugees forever, and so we made a choice to start our own fight, go home, whoever survives, survives, whoever dies, dies, but we must go home. We can never be refugees forever. So when you hear that RPA, the Rwandan Patriotic Army, that started the war, we were there from day one. Yes. Now, those were the conditions obtaining at the time. We are glad that God has kept some of us there, and we, of course, remember the sacrifices and the blood of most of our colleagues who did not come through. That is what the struggle means. The General will tell you more. Now, that's our entry into Uganda. The 4-year struggle, right from 1990 to 1994, our struggle was characterized by several things. It was a very hard situation. Fighting is not easy. Some of you know it in films. Fighting guerrilla wars is not easy. You are fighting a government force. You are only a few of you. You have no logistics. You have no supplies. You have the sick. But when you are determined to go home, we have a proverb in our own language that nobody ever can never stop a child going to his home. As a Ghanaians today, anybody exits you from your country and you choose to come back, nobody can stop you. You may say, let a few Ghanaians die, whoever Ghanaian will survive, will go back home. That was the spirit. So what drove us more, what made us win a government force? Imagine we were about 3,000 or 3,500. We won a government force over 40,000 officers and men. How do you do it? It's a long lesson. I cannot teach you to be a guerrilla today. But it's a big thing. We had to fight. General Nyido knows. We met a few times towards the end of the war there. And he knew how we did it. Our purpose was to inflict as much harm to the enemy, to the government soldiers, and so less to us. How do you do it? Use fewer men to inflict harm over time. It's a bit mathematical. There's military mathematics in how you deal with humans. So you can work on the other side and tire them so that in 4 years, the government is now thinking, every soldier who is deployed is looking at his colleague injured and is thinking, should I or should I not go? The wife is saying, husband, if you go, do you think you are coming back or you don't come back? So you have to create those situations within a government army to a point where everybody deployed is thinking, you know what? No, let me first evacuate my family. Let me create all sorts of excuses. General has been in charge of the military, as you know. So when you do that, you make it easier for rebels to move ahead. And that was our strategy. So over time, we did what we could in the 4 years. What did happen in Rwanda? The leadership in Rwanda at the time said, since these soldiers, rebels, are advancing, let us make a plan. They must have Tutsi supporters within our government, or sympathizers. So the idea, when you hear about genocide against the Tutsi, the idea was cleanse every other Tutsi so that any sympathizers, any relative, anything is cleared. That's the idea. You guys need to understand it. The idea was to finish everybody. And God be to grace be to God, or by God's grace, and a few people were able to save you. The idea was to finish everybody. That is why you notice, you scholars, that the use, it wasn't only guns used to kill people. They had to devise use of other weapons that finish completely. You know, in the battle, when you use bullets, you are likely to have a few survivors. But when you use a machete, it's systematic, it is thorough, because the machete removes the head. And that's how they killed our people. Gladly, people like Odette survived. So heads will be removed, separate. You will see most of our survivors, whoever I meet here and there. Some have wounded, heads were cut. Others were mistakenly heaped in bodies. So, but like, somebody takes off the neck, a quarter of the neck remains hanging. The head is cut into two, the limbs are removed. But those who were shot by bullets had chances of survival. Because, you know, it also became a job, by the way. To the militias who were killing, it was a job. You guys need to have listened to some of these. The hearts we live with, sometimes I think, are not hearts of people. We live with broken hearts. But we have chosen to be strong. Imagine coming to a heap. All of you, I'm sure, have seen dead bodies. 3 or 4 of some stags or somewhere. How many of you have ever found a heap of 100? Here. You can see. 100 you don't know. Now, for us, for General here, we saw 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. A heap taller than this building of dead bodies. And these guys, can you imagine what? Would kill to the point where they say, today, you know what? The job is done. We are tired. Let's go rest and come back tomorrow. And you know where they are resting? They are raping the women who they will kill tomorrow. They are eating food and everything looted from the dead. Some of them would even sit on dead bodies, take pictures to enjoy the work of the day. This is how bad the genocide against the Tutsi was. It is bad. I get emotional sometimes because sometimes I speak to myself and say, why were we not able to save everybody? But we could not. We were only a few. We were not very few. Plus Ghana. I'll later talk about the colleagues of Ghana who left. But we were very few. So sometimes when I'm talking about this, I feel so emotionally. How did these people die? All of these. But we could not save everybody. We could not be in every place. Because the killing started all at once. Hell went loose one day. And they said, let's start the job, and it must be finished in the shortest possible time. Supported by the leadership, supported by everybody. The army, militias, churches, who name it, everybody who had a role in leadership had to be killing. In fact, it came to an extent that somebody, to be seen as a hero of the day, it depended on how many you have killed since morning. Yes, these are the realities. The people you saw here going through the reconciliation program, some of those are heroes of how many dead bodies. Because the conversations in the evening, in their small bars would be, you, how many did you kill today? 50. You are nothing. 50. People would be happy. No, me, I did 200. And I'm so tired. The other, no, me, I did 300. Let me tell you now, that's the 4-year struggle we went through. We fought these people, and as we fought, to get back home, they planned to finish everybody. So that by the time we come, there's not even one Tutsi left. And they even made a plan. Guess what? They also made a plan to finish us. Because during the struggle, General mentioned, there were peace initiatives so that the conflict would be ended peacefully. OAU tried, and it didn't work. United Nations tried, but ultimately anyway, we came to an agreement, a power-sharing agreement, so that we come and join the government, and everything goes well. In that agreement, as we were signing the agreement, the regime in Kigali planned that, you know what, let us trick them. Let them come, we join forces, politicians come and take over political offices, the military, we merge the military, then we have a battalion of, we have a battalion on this one, then let's have confidence building mechanisms. All this happened, these things happened. And we were ready. We the soldiers, were ready to come and join our colleagues and become one, and the conflict ends there. We did not know there was a very serious plan. The idea was, let them come, because when they come, the idea was that half of us, the soldiers, disarm, and they join community service, public service, and all this and all this. So the idea was, once they become fewer in the army, we lynch everyone. After all, we'll have done the civilians who live in Rwanda, those are easy to clear. So they trained the militias. General is my witness here. I'm glad I'm speaking when he's here. Militias in Rwanda were trained from 1992, 1993. The job we saw with them doing in 94 was not accidental. Be under no illusion that this thing happened accidentally. Sometimes when you go here and there, you hear versions like, the genocide happened because the president died in a plane. But a plane doesn't make a mass grave 2 years before. Yes, in my operational area where I was, I had seen mass graves. I used to see a grader, a machine, a tractor grader. They would come in the Gatsibo, he knows, in Muhura, General knows. Mass graves. I had informers telling us, mass graves have been prepared. So, were these waiting for the plane? No. But the story of the plane is another one anyway. I'll tell you if I have time. So what happened is, as we advanced to Kigali, peace talks are failing. So they had planned that when we come in, they finish us also, and we would be now fewer and relocated in different places. So that didn't work. What happened thereafter? There was the role of the international community, of course. The international community, be careful, ladies and gentlemen who are here. This thing you call international community, it is not very sympathetic to you, especially you, the black, as the Ugandan say, especially the black. Don't be surprised. They are not with you. They are with you only in a statement. They are with you because there is mission allowance. Yes, they are not with you when it comes to your blood. They are spilling because of, after all, it is one other African gone. That's it. You scholars must change the narrative. The international community had responsibility in what happened to Rwanda. So we tried, I said, then the mission, the UNMIR, the mission, the United Nations mission in Rwanda, to which he was part. Okay, the mission established itself in Kigali. The army came, everybody came. But what happened with the mission? These were the things. UNMIR had its own failings and shortcomings. Early warnings on genocide were given. New York was given sufficient warnings. Ask General, I'm sure you sent a few, although you were the deputy. His colleague was there, sending cables to New York. Like, we can see genocide being prepared. We can see mass graves being done. We can see militias are being trained. They are being armed. We can see. Please do something. What was done? Scholars ask this question, not to me, to every. What was done? They sent sufficient cables to New York. Now, come to the actual activity of genocide. Do you know what happened? As you mentioned, forces were told to withdraw. Several contingents were ready to withdraw. Some asked, can we be equipped? They said no. So, forces, Belgium, who withdrew in the face of people crying that when you leave, we are dying now. And they did withdraw. Some, I'm sure you have seen in films, withdrew with their people, their nationals, including their dogs. You have seen. Trucks would be ready to load dogs. Dogs are here. People going to be killed are there. And they loaded dogs, and the people were left. And immediately the truck left, those people there were killed. What I'm saying is not, this is the true story of Rwanda. General is here. Everything I say, by the way, I'm glad General is here, you'll bear me witness. This is the reality of what happened. So, the international community let us down. And to an extent that the last of the last, people who could save a few are told, please, General Darrell Romeo, withdraw. What are you doing there? Forces, withdraw. Then there was a debate at the Security Council in New York. Do you know what they said? Somebody raised the issue of, oh, there's a genocide going on. And the ambassador of France, unfortunately the one he has left, I noticed, but conveyed the message to him. The ambassador of France, apologies, Your Excellency, I did not come to do diplomacy. I'm only doing justice to what I went through. The ambassador of France at the United Nations Security Council said, no, there's a bit of violence in Rwanda. Calling on the sitting of the day at the Security Council to avoid mentioning what is happening as a genocide against the Tutsi. This is live, written. So, that day at the United Nations, they decided, what do we call this? Is it there's some violence, disagreements between people? When a genocide is going on. That was the phrasing from the whole Republic of France. The phrasing, this violence. These blacks are, busy pushing each other around. When people are massacring each other. So that is what happened. And there was a lack of commitment. You can imagine the soldiers who worked along with under his command. Some of them had no commitment, not at all. I don't know if you know very well what happened in some of these UN missions. Some of these components you see, some of the elements, some of the peacekeepers are not there for you. No, I can tell you. I worked here in Liberia for the UN mission in Liberia. And I had white colleagues under my control. And a few of them, I pushed them to go to work. And they told me, Dennis, please, the problem in Liberia was here before you came. It will be here as you are here. It will stay after your end of duty. So you relax, let's go to the beach. And I told them, shit, I cannot. As a Rwandan, I know what we went through. I'm here for a purpose to try and help Liberians, and that's what we did. And I'm glad we've done our best. General mentioned, as Rwandans, we have saved lives in Juba, in Sudan, in Liberia, in Haiti, in Mozambique, name it. Because we know what has happened.
Thank you very much. Let's do it better. Let's do it better. Let's do it better. I think it's coming real now.
Allow me 2 minutes. I finished this because I must mention it. So I know everybody did mention the praise. General Nyidoho, your family did. But please, in a special way, allow me to call for a standing ovation for this general here before us. Sit down. So General, together with the gallant sons of Ghana, we are told, leave. And he said, I am not leaving. And for the record also, let me say, don't blame me for this general. General did not have authorization from Accra to stay. He did tell his commander that, no, this is too much, I am not leaving. Before informing his foreign minister, who was, I think, here earlier. So when we credit Ghana, when we praise Ghana, when we praise General, it is even going against the norms of office practice. Even before your minister authorizes you, you say, no, I cannot leave this much death going on, and I abandon people. That is what Ghana stood for. We thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's do it well. Okay, so we'll pass on the microphone to General to respond to the question of airwaves and...
Sorry, but I had one to finish. I know. So as RPA, let me take, sorry, my apologies, because tomorrow, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'll not take part in tomorrow's. But as RPA, we who are fighting, what did we do to save people? We had a tri-dimensional task. One, to fight the war we are fighting the soldiers, the government soldiers. Two, save as much people as we can. Three, treat the wounded, manage them, feed them, and all that. Can you imagine doing 3 tasks for a small force? You are now fighting the enemy who is... So in the course of fighting, we lost so many soldiers. And then the area was vast because the killings were across the entire country. So what we did is the unusual. I always praise my commander-in-chief, the head of state, President Paul Kagame, because he commanded us properly. He directed all of us to take on different locations, different missions, and make sure we save as many as we could. If we had time, I would show you our soldiers carrying babies, carrying sick mothers, carrying the raped. So on one hand, treating. So in the process, many of our colleagues were shot dead. Because the militias were armed, soldiers were armed, and everybody was armed against you. So we went through that, but thankfully, and we praise the Lord, he helped us accomplish the mission successfully. So to us and to many Rwandans, RPA equals life.
Thank you. Let's
Thank
clap.
you.
Thank you. Okay, so we pass on the microphone to General to tell us how hate speech and our conversation on the media in Ghana can lead to some of these things if we are not careful, as the question was asked.
Thank you very much. By the way, the...
1 minute, please, General, with the greatest of respect.
Okay.
I know we don't tell the soldier what to do, but we plead with General too. We are over 1.5 hours past the time. So, General, with the greatest of respect.
Okay. I was just going to say that the doctor they saw at the medical facility, which the lady referred to, is Dr. Ewusi. He's a major general now. He was the only doctor left in Rwanda at that time. I want you to have that information so that you can clap for Ewusi. I don't know if he's here. The questions were, Rwandese people, are they just so reserved? When you see so many people killed, what do? You will cry and you run out of tears. When you see those bad things happening all around you, and even if you have to feed, you have to, can you even eat? Everything on you becomes dumb, silent. You are a walking person, but you are actually not alive. That was the situation in which you saw them. They had taken too much to be able to complain to who? When I met General Kagame, the first time I met him, he said, you know, we have agreed on a resolution in Arusha. We will obey to the letter. But if the government in Kigali is not going to allow us to do that, we were prepared to fight to the last person. And that was what they did. And as soldiers, we know that, you know, for guerrilla force, the first quality for you, qualification, is that you should accept discomfort. That's what they did. They accepted discomfort in order to attain their aim. And that's what they did. It's a different thing talking about it here, as if we are in a classroom playing. No, we saw human beings killed in numbers. They were carried in tipper trucks. Some of them even half dead, being carried to go and dump in a hole that has been done. When we say it, it's something real that we saw. The first time I tried to speak about this in Kumasi to a church group, I almost broke down. Please don't take it as a joke. Now to our children, I get worried too. Because certain things I cannot say to elderly people, I can't even say it to children. Now they just say it. It's something gone wrong with our education system, our educational system. We don't get up now and offer seats to elderly people. But that's what we were taught when we were growing. On a bus, you saw an elderly person coming, you stood up. That was what we did when we were growing up. I don't know exactly what is being taught now in the schools and who are the ones teaching them anyway. So that we have to revisit. We have to revisit. You know, time is not there, but if you go back to where Ghana was in 1957 when we had independence, all the avenues that were built then that we don't have anymore. We lost all the industries. Are we going backward or going forward? I'm worried now about ECOWAS. When ECOWAS was established, we were doing very well. Economic community, but we went even to Liberia and went to Sierra Leone on our own. Now, I fear ECOWAS is disintegrating. You know, many years after I've left the army. So there is something wrong. We have to revisit the system of governance, the way we built a nation. Because you said this thing was built, was practiced. It was planned. It didn't just happen by chance. Through poor governance, I'm repeating that again and again and again. Now, you asked of Ghanaians, General Dele. General Dele actually didn't have troops from Canada on the mission. He didn't have formed troops. We had, Belgium had, and Bangladesh. So what he did was he asked me, Henry, the contingents are going away, will you also go? This was what my colleague referred to. And I just said, no, for us, we are not going. Then I discovered that I didn't have the authority to keep Ghanaians there. So then I had to follow the procedure to ask for permission for us to stay. But fortunately, the answer came back to say, you are the senior person on the ground. If you felt you could stay, then stay. We took chances. And the president then, President Rawlings asked me one time, why were you doing that? When everybody was leaving, do you know that we were practicing, then we had gone to democratic system. If all of you were to die from what I have been seeing on the television screen, and the Ghanaians asked me, what do you expect me to tell them? What made you take that decision? And I said, certain things cannot be explained in life, you know, but I thought there was no alternative. We did that, and God was on our side. Had we all left, what would have happened? They would have just killed more. So this was General Dele's situation. But let me tell you this, when he went home, he almost committed a suicide. And it's in his book, Shaking Hands with the Devil. But Canada rehabilitated him completely and gave him a position of a senator for life. When we came back, nobody asked us even of our briefing notes. If you ask all my colleagues who were in Rwanda with me, we became enemies to people. Our own people. Because apparently our names had become household names. So therefore, they didn't ask us if to do simple military exercise, which we call debriefing. When you come back from an operation, they debrief you. They didn't debrief us. And this, my daughter sitting in a very inquiring mind. She asked me one day, if people come to the house to ask us where you are working, what shall we tell them? I went back to my bedroom and wept. Because I didn't have an office. That was how much we were treated. Not only I alone, all my colleagues when we were there. So their country recognized his contribution. And they also put a lot of press, media thing in. We didn't have anybody coming to support us, even to see what we were doing. I remember it was President Rollins who sent a small team led by, what was his name? First, Fritz Barfo led a small team there from the castle. They were the first people to come to visit us. A very difficult situation. So when we are discussing these things, please look at things realistically. What do we do in our country? What do we do in Africa to stop this kind of thing repeating itself? They were in a refugee status. General Kagame himself was on the course in America when he was called to come back. He was at Staff College. He came back to lead this group through serious fighting. It's not a joke, you know, that you just get up, you eat breakfast, lunch, and supper. And it's not that game. They went through a lot of difficulties. But to look at the country today, what it is, that's what we are saying. What can we do to be progressing? Rwandans, no matter what happened, are prepared to forgive, to remember, unite, and then renew. Can we do that as a policy? Can our policy be that we are going to move forward? We'll build on what we have come to meet and make it better, or we continue going backwards in the reverse gear. We will not get anywhere, not only Ghana. It's happening to African countries all around. When we had airline, Nigeria also had two of the foremost countries to run their own airline. We don't have today, they also don't have. And we are all on the west coast of Africa. No, so look, friends, it's a serious matter for the upcoming generation. If we want to leave anything for them at all to feel proud of, let's correct these basic things. Thank you.
Thank you, General. We'll give to Mr. Bariho to take us through the trauma and the healing process, especially as that's what his organization does. Yes.
Thank you very much. In terms of healing, in terms of trauma, as you can imagine, we are trying to use words to paint a picture of what life has been and what it is today, but the trauma has been real and it is still real, but a lot has been done. Number one of the things that took place, which will also come into the question of the professor here, is the decision, the complexity of the genocide in Rwanda in 1994 against the Tutsi is that it was the perpetrators were Rwandans, the victims were Rwandans, but also those who stopped the genocide were Rwandans. But on top of that, all those different groups, their families, have had to live together for the last 30 years. And one of the major decisions that Rwanda had to take, and which we are very grateful, is the decision to stay together. Because the international community, what they could come up with was, let's divide the country in two. Have a Hutu land and a Tutsi land. And I thank God that we didn't go that way, because we wouldn't be here. We would be still fighting until now. On top of that, there was also a decision to not take revenge, which is unhuman. Because as a human being, if I have a gun and get home and find my family killed, everybody knows what I can do. And to answer the question of the professor, I am what history has called a Hutu. And my people were killing their people. And that's why, even at 13 years old, I was in the genocide. When it was towards the end, I looked at the situation, plus the propaganda that was happening, and I said, no way, I'm not staying in this country. I went in exile, not because where I lived there was war, but because of the fear of revenge. because of the fear, there is no way this country is going to stay the same when people come and find their people killed the way they had been killed. Even me coming back to Rwanda, it wasn't because there was peace, no. I came because I didn't have any other option. Staying in Congo meant death because we were running in forest and so on. Coming to Rwanda, I thought it was death, so I chose to come to Rwanda, at least to die on my soil. So when I came to Rwanda, just to speak into trauma and also the efforts of reconciliation, one of the things I found in Rwanda is that they had abolished that identity of being Hutu, of being Tutsi. They say we are all Rwandans. And it took me by surprise because I thought, oh, I'm still a Hutu. So though it was abolished officially, but on my heart, as a young man, trained in the school where the ideology had been preached for so long, I remained with that. So the trauma has been there, but the efforts have been made in terms of justice, in terms of providing economic and social improvement of livelihood, and the trauma has also been done in the area of education. For instance, even though I had just come from the forest, they say, no, all the children who have just come from the forest, who were refugees from the Hutus, you can go back to school. Within 2 months, I went back to school. So that gave me hope. Oh, okay, even though my people killed, but I'm being given a chance to education. And even though there was assistance, even for the genocide survivors, there was also assistance for other vulnerable people in the community, not just focusing on the genocide survivors. And that has been contributing in laying a foundation so that the trauma can be addressed, because you don't need just a psychologist to be able to deal with the trauma. Also, the lives people are living also contributes to the healing or to slowing down the process of trauma. But on top of all of those things I'm saying, Rwanda also created a platform or gave space for any stakeholder who could come in and help in the area of healing, in the area of trauma. That's how we have had the schools that came, taught clinical psychology. I attended one of those. I graduated in clinical psychology. And also other stakeholders like the church, like different organizations that has been helping people on this journey of trauma. But to combine also the two questions of are the Rwandese being reserved, yes, once we were called British of Africa because we are reserved people. We are not loud. We are reserved by culture, by nature. But on top of that, trauma healing is not a quick fix. Just remember, who is the best placed person to heal Rwandese? Genocide survivors, they have seen a lot. Perpetrators, they have been traumatized. That was my dissertation, finishing my studies. I went to prison to talk to people who committed the genocide, and they were traumatized more than even the survivors, because them, there is also guilt of what they have done. So the people who have been fighting, they arrive in Rwanda after 30 years of dreaming of finding the country that flows where milk and honey flows, and when they get there, they find that it is flowing with blood. That trauma. So we have been doing our best as we can to heal, but it has been a concerted effort. And let me say maybe two other things to conclude on that point. I want to praise and really appreciate before you the genocide survivors, because they have sacrificed a lot. And because they have had to forgive, they have had to part with their, some people who killed, they destroyed their property, but they are so poor that they can't even contribute anything to what they have rooted. But they have had to let go. They have had to live with the pain. We thank God for the journey we have gone to. Now I can come and be around them and support them. But before they commemorated on their own, we used to run away from them. We didn't know how to come alongside. But they have been heroes for the way they have done. And secondly, I also want to really appreciate both the former RPA people and also the Ghanaian. And this is something you need to understand, especially people from abroad. When they stopped the genocide, they didn't just save the survivors, the Tutsis. They saved also Hutus. Because what has happened, for those who know, when you kill one person, you don't stop. You have to keep killing. And the way the propaganda has become, people turned into a game of killing, as the retired Deputy Inspector General was saying. People turned it into a game. How many have you killed? But when they have finished Tutsis in an area, they started looking at each other. You also look like a Tutsi. Even because it's man-made. The differences are man-made. Just this last example. I have a brother of mine. That time, he was almost killed. We share same mother, same father. He was taller than his age at that time. And some of the description people had assigned to Tutsi, he had them, even though we share the same mother. One day, they almost killed him. When we were refugees in Congo, they tried to kill him many times, and he left us in Congo, traveled through Central African Republic, went to Chad, crossed, he came back to Rwanda in 2004, having gone all the way to Senegal. But today, he's shorter than me. Because then he was killed because he was tall, but now he's shorter than me. What am I saying here? What they did in stopping the genocide is what makes Rwanda to be still around. Otherwise, even among those Hutus who were killing the Tutsis, we would have finished one another. Because it became, oh, you rooted more than I rooted. You got a fridge, I just got a radio. I want also that. So we could no longer have a country. And let me finish by saying this. When you hear the genocide, please don't joke around that. It's a serious thing. Ghanaians, I'm sure you have heard people saying different things, but don't joke. Don't allow discrimination. Don't even entertain it. And we are speaking from experience. I told you how I carried the shame, how I felt like, how can I even be a person if my people killed people? If my people did what I saw they did? And I don't wish that to anybody. That's why I beg you, by the mercies of God, fight the genocide ideology wherever it is. Because even if you are not the target, you don't know how it will bite back to you or to your family. Don't enjoy it because I enjoyed being a Hutu before the genocide. And I heard some of the characteristics people say, and I was really proud to be a Hutu. But come the end of the genocide, I felt ashamed of things before I used to think they were a source of pride. So don't entertain any thoughts of genocide ideology, whether in your own country or wherever it is. Don't hear us talk about what is happening in Eastern Congo and think, oh, it's far away, it's not here. you never know how it would affect you. So fight it wherever it is.
You never know how it will affect it.
Thank you.
Affect you. Fight it. Thank you. We have just 2 minutes to share with Dr. Doty and Prof. Just 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the gentleman here asked, you lost 17 siblings. Actually, I didn't lose 17 siblings because 3 of them had died before genocide, and 1 was a refugee in Congo. So 13 were killed with their children, and many of them with their grandchildren, and 5 of my siblings, and I was the 17th. So most of them were older than me, and they had even grandchildren almost of my age. So they were aged because I'm from the second mother. Anyway, 5 of them were killed completely, which means there's no child, no grandchild who survived from 5 of them. And from others, we've found some of their children that we raised, my husband and I. So anyway, you asked, how are you now? After genocide, I had decided not to come back to Rwanda. Dennis, the military who was almost at the border, is the one I found just in June. The genocide was still going on, but we managed, they managed actually to get us out of the hotel, and we were exchanged. That was negotiated with UN Army, and they helped the RPA and the government army to let the people go out of the hotel, Milcolin, and we were exchanged against the killers and against the soldiers who could go to the government zone, and we went to the RPF zone. So that's how I crossed the border with my children. My husband, who is also a medical doctor, remained in the camp. He was taking care of all the wounded, but we were then in the RP, in liberated zone, if I could say so. And after that, I didn't want to come back to Rwanda. The Americans had given me a post to go work as a Peace Corps medical officer in Zambia. Now, my husband came to tell me that he found some of my nephews and nieces. So we kept finding one here. We heard one is in the camp in Congo. So I resigned from the contract I just got from the Americans to come back to Rwanda and try to find survivors and my siblings' children. So finally, we were there. But the 5 first years of life after genocide, I could say even the brothers and cousins who had come from the other countries, it was for us survivors difficult to go along with them, because we survivors were like only together, just crying and trying to tell to each other on how you survived, how did I survive, and what do you eat, and we kept together trying to help each other. But the politics of the RPF now, the new government was talking of unity and reconciliation. We couldn't understand what it was about. And when they talked, mostly they started talking of, started the gacaca, the courts that he was talking about, while us as survivors, we were only trying to find the killers and have them go to jail. Now they started talking of gachacha. We would meet together and talk against it and say, what is that? They want to give them amnesty. So it was very difficult. We were really in a situation where you could see the country will never go anywhere. They tried to give me, they asked me to be a member of parliament in 1998, but I refused. Mostly because I was also taking care of many children. Now I had 13 orphans in my house, and it was difficult to go work for free because the government, they were working for free. And also, I said, who will take care of all these women who were raped? They trusted me only as a doctor. So I had refused. But in 2000, when they started talking of gachacha, now they proposed me to be a minister. I almost refused also. It took me 2 days to accept. But I was like, but maybe I have to go there and fight against the gachacha while inside the cabinet. So, but when I arrived there, and people were talking, the ministers were bringing the project of the gachacha, I'll be against. And one day I went to visit prisons. I actually, the Prime Minister had asked me to escort a delegation to go visit the prisons. When I saw all the prisoners who were there, how they were squeezing and whatever, then I understood why gachacha. And I came back to the cabinet to say, now I think you were right to think of gachacha after having seen how the prisons are. And and we were like that, and being always taught of we could reconcile, we could live together so that our children, our grandchildren, and our descendants can have a country, can live. Then we started of understanding. And progressively, I was now becoming a champion of unity and reconciliation.
Can we give Doc a round of applause?
And
thank you very much.
Sorry, just 1 minute. Now I created a hotel in my home village where everybody was killed. And I hired anyone without asking, are you a Hutu or are you a Tutsi? Among them, there's an old man who is the head gardener. He has been my teacher. He has done 19 years in prison to have killed most of my siblings. So he's working now for me. To tell you and I've paid school fees for many children of my village who had their fathers in the prison. That's all.
Thank you very much. And just to let you know, Doc was Minister for Social Affairs and a senator as well. A round of applause for Doc. And then it will be unfair if we don't allow Prof to finish with just 1 minute. And the question, Prof, is only 1 minute. It's a comparative analysis. We've said so much about the gachacha, but now we have a Rwanda Bar Association because gachacha were no lawyers, etc. What is the position of gachacha now in the scheme of the judiciary in Rwanda now? Where are they now? For all the good works they did, the 2 million cases you said they did and all that, what do they do now? Is it still there? Because you have the primary court, the intermediary court, the high court, the appeals court, and the Supreme Court. Where is gachacha now?
Yeah, gachacha closed in 2012 on 18th June.
Thank you very much. On that note, we'll welcome Professor Lord Mauku Jefu to give us the takeaway. A round of applause.
Good afternoon. So I'll stand on the protocols earlier established to say thank you to everybody. The panel, you've been exceptional. Thanks for your insight and personal stories. But I want to also say that our school, the GIMPA School of Public Service and Governance, is actually very pleased to have organized this program successfully. And my dean, Dr. Patrick Tando Ofen, under his leadership, a committee was set up to partner the Rwanda High Commission, and we worked together to pull this off successfully. And we believe that we can do more of these collaborations between academia and the public sector so that we don't limit our knowledge acquisitions to only classrooms. So I think these have been very fruitful engagement. As one of my colleagues said, he teaches peacekeeping, and I'm sure that some of the insights from today will be very useful in his classes. So thank you once again. Now, so the next thing I'm to do is to, what are the takeaways? Well, there are 3 takeaways in my view, and they are all here. Remember, we need to remember what had happened. We cannot forget, and we cannot deny it. 2, we need to unite. Unite as a people with a common destiny. And 3, we need to renew our common humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And all is well that ends well, as Shakespeare taught us. We'll invite Her Excellency, the High Commissioner, to give us the final words.
It's not easy to speak after Prof. Did you see how brief he was? That's a lesson. I will say 3 things as well. So thank you very much. All protocol observed. I really want to appreciate. Can we give a round of applause to our panel? Can we give a round of applause to our people who have been patient? Can we give a round of applause to the GIMPA administration and leadership? I feel like bringing Rwanda and fly you to Rwanda, because everyone is really eager and has a lot of questions, and I believe, of course, it's genuine. And we cannot exhaust everything today here at this panel. They try to do some justice with all the questions you asked. It is a long story. Until you visit Rwanda, that's when you know more. Right now, that was just an iceberg to make sure that you visit Rwanda. I want to thank you very much, the administration and leadership of GIMPA, for our partnership. We believe it is not the first and the last. We'll continue having this kind of dialogue. I really want to thank everybody who has contributed, the team from the High Commission, the team from GIMPA, the media fraternity, and the members that have been here. You made it possible. The speakers I could see would want to continue. I really felt sorry for our moderator. He did an amazing job. He tried to manage people who have been there. It's not easy to say, stop. IGP, Deputy IGP, stop, General Nidoho, stop there, the survivor, Dr. Odette, and everyone, is not easy. Even the professors could give us more information once facts, but we have a presentation that we'll be sharing later. So I want to thank you once again. I just want to emphasize that the purpose of this is for education. The second one is to make sure that what we learn from what happened in Rwanda, and we don't want it to happen elsewhere in the world. And also to say that where our sister got saved or survived in Hotel Rwanda movie, it is a fiction. It is not a real life experience. He never saved those 1,000 and something numbers. He made a call to her and they came to the hotel. Afterwards, everyone who survived or got saved from there, who survived from that place, was the exchange program that the general was talking about between RPF and the armed forces of Rwanda by then. So that is a fiction. When you watch Hotel Rwanda, just watch it as any other fiction. Even the author himself, the filmmaker himself, He has a video where he said, it is a fiction. That people, you spoke it in Rwandan language, you have a video and it translated, he said, I want to tell people that you didn't know, that is a fiction, it was a fiction. So that is a fiction, that's not Rwanda. And that's not what happened. In Rwanda, we chose three things. I just want to emphasize as I wind up so that I can free you. The first one is to stay together, united. You saw our history, division from every point, everywhere there was division, to classroom, to homes, to everywhere, churches, everywhere was division. Now where we put our strength as a country is to stay together and united, we stay strong. So unity is very key. That's why we created Unity and Reconciliation Commission. That's why we removed the identities in our identity card. It's not necessary. Whether you're Hutu or Tutsi or Twa, it doesn't add any value. In East Africa, they say it doesn't add any portion on the plate. It doesn't add any fufu on the plate. So it doesn't add anything because they use that for reasons for not having equal opportunities, access to education, access to opportunities, but now everyone has equal opportunity like anyone else. So you can be whatever you want, it doesn't add anything. So the staying together. The second one is to think big as a nation. Right now, Rwanda, we have about 48 missions worldwide, from about 12 or 15, because we are thinking big. We are peacekeepers, number 4 in the world in peacekeeping, in different parts of the world, among the top in Africa, because we are thinking big. We know the value of peace. That's why we have peacekeeping missions across the world. So thinking big is one of the things that we even go beyond those small, identity issues, and we focus on big things. What is important is your Rwandan. The third is accountability. We should be accountable to ourselves, accountable to our government, accountable to our people, accountability to the entire world. So those three things make us who we are, and now Rwanda moves on and developing and becoming one of the fastest growing economies on the continent, biggest number of women in the parliament, even the members of parliament, 61% are women, 50% women are cabinet members, 40% are in the judicial, from less than 10%. So we continue growing. We haven't achieved it all. We still have challenges. I think the professor was showing that. We're still working on that. It's work in progress. And we call upon everyone to collaborate and work together to make Africa the one that we want and we deserve. I thank you once again. See you tomorrow at Marriott Hotel at 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Can we do it again for excellence? So a little announcement will allow the high table to go. And then for the rest of us, we have some refreshments at the lobby there. So please, let's all get something. And please remember, we'll meet at Marriott Hotel tomorrow for the commemoration ceremony. And then there's some photo sessions, so don't be in a hurry to go as well. We'll do some pictures as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Twibuka abazize Genocide, kwabuze abana, ababyeyi, abavandimwe, tubura n'inshuti, bose bazira uko bavutse, batulekede enaku n'obulumi, bamulekwa Nebana mwandu, oh, Katonda abawe emirembe mubujufu. Twarakanzwe mu bwicanyi, twakiriwe ikiremwa muntu, tuzogwanya ikintu cyose cy'iyonyabwoko. Megome no kwiyamiriza imigambi ya Genocide, bega bishwe bose boba bazize iki. Harageze kw'abantu bareka agatima k'ubunyamaswa